Hi, everybody! Hi, Dr. Nick. How's everybody doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, Laz. Hi, Aya. Hi, Killer. Hi, whoever else is out there doing things. We always start off our day shouting out any of our friends who are in chat who also stream, so we're going to do a quick shout out for Killer Jam 25. I might be a little insane today. Blue, what's going on? How the heck are you? Hello, hello. Doppelganger's in here as well. What's up, everybody? Hello. Good morning. How are you? Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Nether is a little delirious today. For some reason, no matter how tired I am in the morning and after stream, or during stream, once I eat dinner and start playing after hours, I kind of wake up and then I can't fall asleep. So I am tired, but coffee is in hand. Dupes are loading, and we're ready to go. I will be properly addressed with a hi. Hi, Aya. Love it. Love it. So, when last we left our intrepid dupes, I think we brought somebody new onto the team recently, and I think somebody... Okay, so Gertrude came on reasonably recently and is up to 8 athletics, but Princess Leia is up to 15 athletics. So I actually think we can put her on the team. She's going to be a rancher. Well, okay, so was I waiting for anything in particular? I think I might have been waiting for a skill point. Did we get there? So we got 3 on her, and she's got 4, so we'll skill scrub her, obviously. Yeah, you and Barb named Gertrude. Yeah, that was awesome. Okay, so we go 1, 2 into critter ranching. Then we got 4 left. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 more after that. So critter ranching 2. So yeah, Princess Leia is properly cooked. Let's get her into the skill scrubber, which exists over here. This is reminiscent of what I used to do in my previous playthrough. I've seen a lot of people on YouTube talking about the new DLC for this game. I can't wait. I looked this morning real quick, and it's still coming soon. So otherwise, we would be playing the DLC today. So very, very excited for that. I can't wait to see what they bring to the table. New cold planet, which is going to be interesting. Because, you know, Rime and the Moonlit Cluster with the Frozen Forest and all that, those are also very good maps. I feel like with this game, since dealing with hot is kind of the meta... There is a hatch there. Okay. I feel like dealing with cold actually winds up being the most difficult thing in the game. You learn how to get to a cooling loop and preserve your chill very early on in this game. It's a very, very big deal as far as all that's concerned. I'm going to hit play just so everything loads properly right quick. Now, Princess Leia is going to get their brain toasted. And we got to give them... We got to get them into one of these spots, namely here. Okay, so let's do some permissions and assignments. We're gonna start the day off slow because, you know, brain is poop. Over here. So generally everybody can get out. Princess Leia can get in. We'll do a little copy setting. We'll do a little paste setting. You can't move these things, can you? Okay. And B is copy in this game. We're gonna slap that over here. Now Princess Leia requires sleep. So for now, we're going to slap down one of those. We're going to make this a little bit of a high priority. Ooh, I didn't run a line over there, but that's okay. Everything is okay. It won't take too long. Okay, actually, yeah, that's fine. She might be upset for a moment, but she's also getting her brain cooked, so we'll be good. Blue! What's going on? Thursday. What's Thursday? Oh, the game is, the DLC is coming out on Thursday. That's perfect. Yeah, entombed. That's supposed to happen. Good job, game. Our petroleum boiler is fully online. We dealt with a few hiccups in our cooling hiccups. So we're cooling our industrial area at the moment, right? And diverting water up here so we can rebuild this area. We're also running our petroleum generators full time, so we got a lot. My main is getting a skill tree. Winona? What? Well, who? What? Winona. I don't know what that's... I don't know what's going on. good. Yes, good. Good stuff. Yes. So we do need to do some reconfiguring. What is Winona? Is that a game? Or is that something in Ani that I'm, that I don't know the abbreviation for or something? Okay, let me think here. Let me think, because it's not possible. I did say... Ooh, excuse me. I did say I want to make some adjustments down here. That still stands true. One sec, okay. I did the math wrong, because of course I did. Very basic math, very, very wrong. We needed 10 Slickster ranches, not 8 Slickster ranches, because we need to be able to support about 75 Slicksters. So if you figure 8 Slicksters per at 10 ranches, that's 80. I think we can easily make up the extra CO2, and if we can't, we could always limit one of the ranches to like 5 or 4 or whatever the case may be. We don't need it to be absolutely perfect. Also, we are trying to get off of our starter food and on to barbecue full time. I'd like to start thinking about getting our Dreco ranches in place. There's a lot of stuff we can do, and a lot of brain power that I left on the table by being so tired today. So we're going to try our best. We're going to try our best, because that's all any of us could do at the end of the day. Okay, so this is actually where Princess Leia is going to be. This is going to get deconstructed. Actually, we could leave that there. That could be there for a moment. We're going to try and make sure that it's only 4 per floor. It's going to create less complications with our suit docks and give us more opportunity. No gas output. Right. Because you exist for the sake of filling things that aren't there yet. That's fine. That is very fine. Now, things and stuff and stuff and things. I'm already noticing some problems with the way I have this set up, but not necessary to fix right now. We talked about the fact that we want to get our bathrooms moved. Also talked about the fact that we want to get them built a little bit different, right? So, bathroom size can be what? I think it's 64. We're at 48. That was the deal. Okay, so yeah, 64. What that means is I think we can get a little bit extra going here. So 64 tiles gives us 1, 2, 3 extra spaces. 1, 2, 3. So, you know, statue in the front, statue in the middle, statue in the back. Doing a little statue triple-decker here. So, I think that goes on the list of things to do early because it's something we could follow reasonably easy. And doesn't require crazy stuff. There's a lot of little adjustments I'd like to make, but let's try to do something with a little bit of progress off the bat. So we're going to grab these guys. We'll do them at a copper ore. The plan was to put the bathrooms here, which may result in some minor reconfiguring, but let's get it built first and foremost. Then we'll worry about how we're going to reconfigure things. We do have a plan. Toilet. Copy toilet. There we go. That's how you press buttons. So we do have a plan for the backside over here, right? We're gonna be moving our hatch ranch and then converting these floors to more bedrooms. Then at the backside of the bedrooms, we're gonna put a spot to grab water for our research. And what we're gonna do is set up a little system back here behind with the water sieve. And that system is going to allow us to prioritize getting water to a ceramic collection spot, as well as then overflowing the water for research. We don't care that the research water is going to be full of germs. Our water cooler here is disabled, and we'll eventually replace it with some sort of different entertainment building for our Great Hall bonus. So, dupes should not be getting food poisoning from our research water. How long do we have until all of these ranches are filled up? We got 7 critters here, 0, 1, and 0. So we got a little while before the ranches catch up to us. So yes. Cozy not being poisoned. Yes. Not being poisoned is a very cozy vibe. So, let's talk turkey about hamsters. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to be clever. So, do we want to run insulated pipe? I don't think it matters if we run insulated pipe, but it might cost us a little less heat. Let me think about that. Kind of like over here of the mind, like, does it matter if we run insulated pipe? I think it's kind of a waste of resources. We'll run normal pipe. If we decide to later, we can run insulated. Now, I usually like to run these pipes all the way up to the ceiling, but we do have a pipe that we're already running for our cooling loop. We could easily move that just a little bit. Don't want to do that. I kind of do, but kind of don't at the same time. If we don't do that, then we shorten our up. I think we should. I think it's good measure to move that. So easiest way to do that, we are going to run insulated pipes along there. And that should get us there. Then we'll be able to just repurpose these pipes that are up here, and that'll be peachy keen fine. This is what I wanted to do at the end of yesterday. I was like, Thursday of last week. I was like, we got plenty of time. Let's get our bathroom sorted. We'll be all good, right? But that's about the time everything started overheating and causing steam and problems over here, which we sorted out. Now, the fun thing about what happened, even though it was a mistake, it brought to light something that I have been trying to deal with for a long time. I've mentioned numerous times that I've had trouble having my polluted water boiling off into steam in my industrial saunas before. And I think the reason I was having problems with that is that I didn't think to put radiant pipe at the petroleum generators. The petroleum is coming out of here at about 120 degrees, which is a little above, I think, where the boiling point for polluted water is. So, if we let that stay in insulated pipes all the way over to the generators, then put radiant pipes going into, like, basically going along the whole spot where the water is, that should boil the water pretty handily, as Francis would say. So, I think that's how we're going to approach that and see if that works in our new design. If not, we'll leave ourselves a little bit of elbow room to do a few other things. We also hooked up a fourth one of these wells because we were stockpiling more water than we were using. We were originally stuffing it over here, and if we do wind up with overflow, it'll go there. We set up a little filtration here so that we can dump petroleum in here if any gets mixed in, because we've got molten slicksters. I don't remember where the molten slicksters are. Do we have molten slicksters? We do have a molten slickster egg. I thought we had one in here. I think I told it to go down to this bottom ranch. So that'll be a whole thing in and of itself. But if petroleum starts getting mixed into this whole pumping system, we need to be able to sort it out, which is why we preemptively put in a little sorting system here. And then just in case, if we get any other liquids in here, say water or whatever, we set up a little overflow that drops it into this tank. The tank's going to have to move. As I'm looking at it right now, since we're going to be putting in 2 more slickster ranches right here, we could theoretically just move this little overflow water situation here. Really don't need these airflow tiles. There's no chance this space is going to overpressure it. I don't know why I went so goddamn crazy. I mean, probably because I am crazy, but you know, I digress often and shamelessly. We're moving right along though. Once we get these pipes sorted up here, we'll continue working on our new bathroom setup. We have to keep our eye on this over here. We're down to 7 to 10 kilos a tile, or 7 to 10 tons of tile-ish. It's an infinite water, so it's going to be hard to read. We've got to keep our eyes on it. What I'll probably do after we get a little bit of work done in some other places is set up a redundancy so that it starts pumping water from up here. This is where we were dumping our water from the most recent eruption of our cool steam vent, so that we could drain the water out of here, go in and make some adjustments to this because it really doesn't suit our needs. One of the first quote-unquote permanent things we built. Hey, I'm currently at work, so I'll just be hanging in the background for a bit. Have a good stream. Thank you, Lulu. Much appreciate the lurk. I hope... Oh, sorry, stretch it. Hope all the work goes well. Hope you enjoy your job today and all that good stuff. I will be here if you feel like popping in and saying hi, but I appreciate the view time, the lurks. I appreciate everybody who's been super supportive of myself and the channel. This is what I do. I game full-time and I stream full-time. I game all the time. This is my life, so any support for it is always appreciated. Whether it's views, subs, shout-outs, whatever the case may be, I really enjoy doing this, and I hope I get to do it forever. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Okay, dupes are eating barbecue. We might be able to not do I am going to lurk and dig in my solo world Minecraft. Sounds good, Killer. Sounds good. Let us know if you come up with anything awesome. So, you know, share pics in Discord and whatnot. So looks like now we're not technically pumping enough water to keep all 4 of these going non-stop because the petroleum boiler is a water-positive process. So we're getting more water out from the polluted water than we're putting into the wells, and then we're pumping all of that back into these things. So in theory, we are making more water than we're spending, and that's turning into crude oil. The reason we have all 4 of these going is that since we are making more water, and because having 3 doesn't quite get us to the full pipe of crude, whereas yeah, those characters are very interesting. What happened? Hands suddenly full. Don't Starve Together is made by the same people who make Ani, but both games are updating on Thursday. Oh, cool, cool. Exactly, and my main has one niche use, but otherwise people switch off of her. Oh, your main. Oh, right. Don't Starve. That's right. Okay. Now I'm there. I'm with you. I'm dialed in. I understand. So I don't think we'll ever make enough water that this pipe will get fully backed up. But as I'm looking at it now, I might be wrong. So the thing is, at one point or another, these all have to be off-gassed with the natural gas, and that gives us downtime, which drops our average output from 10 kilos if it was running flat out down to somewhere between 9.5 and 10, you know, give or take, you know, blah, 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 time for dupes to move, this and that. So with having the 4th one hooked up, whenever one of them has to go down for maintenance, the other one is still running, so we should never have a problem getting a full pipe of crude up into our system. In fact, we should be net positive on our crude. That being said, we don't have the 2nd pipe running crude up there, so we're going to have to get that going at one point. Not right now, because we're still currently this is currently going down. Oh no, we're going up. We're finally going up. We had to wait for a lot of backfill to happen in this little trough of mesh tiles along the bottom of the map. You know, there has to be a certain amount of mass before the liquid shifts and creates a new tile. Looks like we're hitting it. We do have a 5th well over here that we might tap eventually. I mean, we probably will, given if we stay in this world long enough. So, that being said, let's talk about the DLC for a hot second. We are definitely going to play the DLC when it comes out, as provided that I can download it on Thursday. We'll take a crack at it on Thursday. That goes there, and then that goes there, and then that should sort us out. But that being said, if it is, because it is, from what I understand, still pretty, like, it's going to be coming out, like, early access beta status or whatever. So, if that's the case, I don't want to dedicate to starting a long-term world. We'll play it on Thursday, see what's up. You know, we'll take just a touch of a break from this world just to get that going. And then, no more than then. And then, when and if the time comes, well, when the time comes that it's fully released, everything's working good, etc., we'll dive into a permanent world and retire this one. But I don't want to retire this one till it's absolutely time. And maybe we don't. Maybe we figure out that the DLC integrates really nicely with what we've got going here and won't affect other whatever. And maybe we can keep this world going and just add in the new content into our equation. I don't know how that would work. Idleness. All right. Apparently, Sky God here is not doing so good as keeping his dupes working. Let's figure out what we're doing. Now, I think I said that we're going to be moving the Hatch Ranch down here. Pardon me for a moment. All right. Had to clear some of the old nasal passages. Okay, so this is the point in the early stream where we got to do just a little bit of planning because I can't run it by the seat of my pants quite yet as far as energy levels and brain power go. Moving the toilets up here, absolutely wonderful. Let's do that. But let's say we move the hatch ranches. Now I don't even remember what math we did. If we have 4 people per floor, 6 tiles for the bedroom so that we can get our 24 for the actual bedroom. Plus that gives us 7, 14, 28 from this door all the way over. Right. So 28 tiles over this way puts us right there. So this spot, this will actually be the wall because that's 28 tiles with measuring the wall. The wall will be there, meaning that over here is going to be our nice little... just a very small water tank, right? So that being said, we might want to just start, I think it is time to start digging out some of these natural tiles as well. None of this is necessary for what we're doing. I was talking about maybe switching everything over to igneous rock because I kind of prefer igneous as far as look goes with this True Tiles mod. So we're going to do that just to designate. And then I'm just going to double, triple, quadruple check. So that's 32. Wait. To here. 27 tiles. 6, 12. Or 7, 14, 28. Okay, so I'm wrong. Wait. Oh, no, it's 28 including the back wall. That's right. 6, 12, 24 plus 1, 2, 3, 27. Hold on. So... 6 and a door. That's 7. And 14 is then 6 and a door. And then 21 is 6 and a door. And then 28 is 6 and a wall, because that's going to be a wall. Okay, so yeah, that's in the right spot. So we'll let them do that, just so we can get an idea where that little tank is going to be, because we need to set up some overflow systems here, right? So might as well also just start knocking this stuff out here, dig this all the way back to here, type of thing. Let's just remember that this is red hot here. We can't crack this open until we're ready to deal with that heat. Gotta deal with the heat. And that's a thing over there. Water tank built out of regular tiles should be fine. What we'll do is we'll put a hydro sensor in there, and we'll make sure that we monitor the levels of the water, and that should get us in a good position. The reason I want to do this first and foremost is because before I put this stuff in, I want to make sure that we're routing the water correctly, because we're going to need kind of a double overflow type of system. And I'm not exactly sure how I want to do this whole ceramic thing. It's kind of like we don't have a super reliable, like we don't have a full-on polluted water geyser or anything. All of our polluted water is coming from our production, from our petroleum generators, from our toilets. And since I kind of want to just keep all the petroleum generator water into this whole loop over here of dealing with stuff, we did the math on it with running a full petroleum boiler setup and a steam room and a steam vent. I think we did the math. We could support enough water for air for 16 dupes plus a little bit. So we could theoretically get to the point where we have a nice excess of water, especially if we wind up setting up a second petroleum boiler or a sour gas boiler. I think a second petroleum boiler is more likely, just because sour gas boiler is going to take up a lot of space. So, Jesus, they already did that work. Now, how deep do we need this? We don't really need it super deep. So I think we kind of break out these 3. We're gradually transitioning over, so I'm comfortable breaking a few. We could always add some back if the need arises. I like the Firestarter Girl way back when I tried it once. Oh! In Don't Starve. I tried to play Don't Starve. Didn't quite grab me the way this game did. But I do appreciate the aesthetic of it. Love that, kind of creepy cool vibe that's going on with it. Okay, so also, let's start digging this stuff out. We're going to bring this down here. We're going to bring that over there. How much space do we need? So probably a ladder system in. Right? And then probably pitcher pump there. And then enough room for a pump and a little bit of extra. So I'm going to say we're going to want to do something like this. And let's priority the ladders above other things. Make sure we get that done. Plumbing, let's go in here and get a pitcher pump. Doesn't really matter what we make that out of. Let's go with igneous. We're going to slap that down there. That'll do for now. Let's let them do that work. So the idea of this system is going to be that... Okay, I think I got what we're doing here. How big can a laboratory be? Did I do that math, or did I just slam a door down randomly? Not that we need a maximum size laboratory, but, you know, let's plan ahead a little bit here. Maximum size of 120 tiles on a laboratory. We'll be able to slap everything in. So what does a 120 tile laboratory look like? That goes over to there. Okay, let's say that is the lab then. Right, we'll do that. And actually, what we'll do, we're not gonna, usually I make that a door, right? But let's actually make that airflow tiles this time around. Reason being that this is gonna become a little like production facility. I'm trying to figure out what our maximum size is here because wait. Make sure that's set on buildings. Still haven't downloaded that mod. We're only playing with... The idea is cozy. Yes! Cozy. Let me check a few things. Namely our cooling loops. Because I see things working kind of hard over here. What do we got? 27 degree water coming in. 13 degree water going out. That should be alright. Yeah, we've got this weird little glitch where we've got a partial packet there. Don't know what that's about. Really don't know what that's about. Not sure why we have a partial packet just chilling there. That's odd. Now, I don't want to blame the mods, but I kind of want to blame the mods. These things don't happen to me. I'm kidding. I don't know. Games do stuff, right? So let's get this going a little bit. I'm not really sure what I'm doing, quite frankly. So they should be able to get that stuff sorted. Dig this bit out. We'll throw down a plumbing. We're gonna wind up. No, we're not even gonna pipe this. That's right. That's why I didn't do that. I'm getting ahead of myself here, right? We don't actually even need this to be that big. So let's slim this down a little bit. Do we need to slim it down? No, screw it. We might need to put a pump in there at one point. So we'll leave it as is. But we don't need a pump currently. What we do want to do is put in a hydro sensor. Let's say... Do I want this to fill up status? I mean, that's... who gives a shit? We'll put it there, right? Idea being that we're also going to put a vent... A liquid vent. Where are we putting the liquid vent? We're going to put the liquid vent. Doesn't really matter. We'll put the liquid vent right there. Run a small thing. My fave game dev bug story that I've heard was from a big soccer game. I think FIFA. Oh, do tell. Do tell. And we'll do that. Characters would just disappear. Players, crowds, and all. Interesting. That seems like a large bug. Killer and I have had that happen while we're playing Palia. One of us, we'll be playing in a group. We'll be on the same server, but one of us will be invisible, so... But the models were still in the scene. Very interesting, very interesting. You know what I forgot to do, guys? I forgot to put on a little bit of background music. I'm over here like, what is missing from my life? And the answer to that question is tunes. I'm going to put on this. I've been listening to Bitter Rain a lot. We found them on stream the other day. Because I had Tub Ring playing. And they happened to come on. I still hate it that Palia crashed on me last night. Yeah, I mean, it's an early access game. And I mean, I've got a pretty decent computer. I'm not going to say good. I'm not going to say good anymore because it is getting a little dated. But if I run it on anything other than low graphics, anytime I go to load between sections of the world, it crashes. So take everything with a grain of salt in video games, right? Very happy with our oil situation. Very happy. We might have to make some things happen with that real quick, but we'll chase our tails on that as we go. Got to figure out how I actually want to do this. Right. So okay. So do we have a spot that we're sweeping everything to? I think this thing is active. So we can queue up some sweep commands to clean this place up a bit. There's no place for the petrol to go. I should have used my filtered sweeping. But I'm so used to doing everything in a vanilla status thing, so. Posture check, stretch, and hydrate. You know what? I actually did buy some water today. Did I pour myself a glass? Of course I didn't. Let's open the jug of water and pour ourselves a glass of delicious, refreshing water. And by delicious, refreshing water, I mean an essential thing that my doctor forces me to drink that I can't stand. And you guys help me stay healthy by redeeming hydrates. All right, let's put some liquid in the body. Cheers, everybody. Okay. All right, hang on. One more nose blow. Swear I'm alive. Swear I'm alive. All right. Posture check and stretch. Let's get those sorted. Do a little snap, crackle, pop. Oh, my God. Somebody roll me over with a steamroller. Oh, all the pieces cracked there. The jaw, the upper back, the lower back. Okay. Release those endorphins. All right. One thing at a time, Nether. I'm looking down here. I'm like, we got work to do. It's like, I don't have work to do right this second. Let's work on this project up here. Wanted to get this done for a while. And you know, cheers again. I think I said cheers, but I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. Once we start boiling our water instead of running it through water sieves, instead of converting our sand into dirt, we're going to be converting our water directly into dirt and steam. The rest of the bug story. So eventually a junior dev happened to look inside the soccer ball and all the characters had shrunk and were inside the soccer ball. What? That's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Very cool. Right, let's sweep out this area. Let's sweep out this area. Hell, we'll sweep out this area too. Do a little sweepy sweep. Love to do some sweeps. Sweepity sweepity sweep. Fantastic. You know what? In fact, let's use our filter sweep. No critter eggs. And we'll go kaboop. I'll filter that area out nicely. That's a mod we're using. This is the first playthrough of this game I'm actually using mods. So, yay and all that good stuff. So, how are we going to do this whole setup, right? Like, normally we do something very, very much like this with overflows, etc., etc. So we need kind of a double overflow system, and we need a place for our project. Now, the lab probably doesn't need to be this big again, but I'm just kind of overkilling every project right now, just in anticipation of doing stuff later. So let's think here. Let's think, right? So, as far as polluted water system goes, for the sake of for the sake of doing ceramic. Maybe we don't even need, maybe we don't have airflow tiles here. Maybe this is unnecessary. Swings and roundabouts. What we could do, I think we kind of need to back it up a little bit, but then if we back it up, I feel like we're going to be wasting space if we do this the way I'm thinking. But maybe not. Maybe we could come up with a few extra little bits and bobs to put in here. I don't want to actually run the ceramic processing here, because that's a lot of heat to be generated that we should just be dumping into our steam room from later on. If we keep this the way it is, then... liquid vents over pressure at 1 ton, right? Okay, so... ooh. Hang on. So, now, I remember Flower sent me a diagram. And by diagram, I mean a bunch of nonsense in a JPEG. Not a JPEG. Okay, so... oh, okay. To write down Tom's death from my nether's rimworld, sea ice floor, and sea with pawns who've had... yeah, we hit a... yeah, yesterday we hit a food problem. And, we went out to go get food, and of course our people came back on map at the mech cluster, because of course they did. So that was the whole thing. So, let me think here. How many tiles of this do we want? 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like it doesn't need to be anything super crazy, right? Okay, so I think a good way to do the math on this is our shipping thing, right? So let's say we put this here, and we did it with 4 tiles, right? Then this this SOB is 4 tiles, so we could put this here, yeah, and then we could theoretically put this here for sand. Right? And now this would be able to see this, this, and 4 tiles here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we do that. Then airflow tiles would go here. Now this doesn't work. Yeah, this is why we have to do design work. So let's shift this whole thing over. So if that's going to be like that, then this goes like this. Then we do mesh tiles here. And the deodorizers, doesn't matter what they're made out of, go here, right? So this is what I was learning from Flower and Emily, is that these things will actually reach through the mesh tiles. We put just a little bit of water in these mesh tiles, and then the polluted oxygen can't off-gas, but these can still pull polluted oxygen from here because of their radius. So we dump polluted water in here, it off-gases, these things pull it from there. This has to be here because it needs to stop the water from coming out. So if that's the case, what we could do is we could slap down one of these here instead. And since these need sand or filtration medium, and this needs filtration medium, that actually kind of works out quite perfectly. So then we put this bad boy down over here, right? Now how... okay. So that's actually kind of a cool little setup. Now, what goes over here? I don't know what goes over here. No idea. In theory, we could probably shove this whole thing over, but again, I'm leaving space just in case we need to put in some crazy stuff over here, like botanical analyzers. I know we're going to have the data research. So, oh god, I'm stretching over here. So this will wind up being our system. We'll wind up slapping down one of these bad boys made out of, let's say, yeah. So that'll be able to deliver sand both here and to these things, and it'll be able to pick up any of the clay that comes out of here and load it into a loader if we so choose to do that. That's what I forgot to put in these natural tiles up here, guys, was rails. I remembered to put everything else in there preemptively, but I did not remember to put rails. That's a sad panda. We'll just have to remember not to run rails through there. So with this system, then we could theoretically, we could rely on just this thing backing up. We could just put that right there. Polluted water dumps into there. If the polluted water gets to the point where it overpressures this, it won't be able to come through. So there is a problem here, though. No, okay, so we got to think about our priorities, right? So what we want is we want this to dump germy clean water in here for the sake of doing advanced research, because that's going to be a thing for a while, which is what this tank is all about, is germy clean water. And, you know, I'm glad I left a little extra space here, because we might have to pump that somewhere for other systems at one point. Doubtful with the amount of water we have now that we're actually getting our processes flowing here. This becomes a little bit of dead space, but we'll figure that out later. So water comes into the sieve, gets the polluted dirt pulled out of it. Clean water prioritizes the toilets and then overflows down here. Then if this is ever closed and water can't come out of it, then that pipe will back up. You know what? You know what? I don't like this. We're gonna deconstruct this. We're gonna move the vent down just for my own thing. Hello, Emily. How you doing today? Actually, let's cancel all of that, but let's dig. Let's cancel that as well. Let's get this stuff dug out here. Actually, let's not dig that out till they build this stuff, because they're gonna do something stupid and get themselves stuck. Priority over here, because I want to get that built first and foremost, and then we'll work on pipes. Now, Jonathan looks to be erupting soon, and it goes dormant in 65.9 cycles. We really need this tank to back up a little bit, because when it's dormant, we still need heat. So hopefully we didn't turn the petroleum boiler on too early. I think we're getting to a point of pretty peak performance here. It's going to take a long time before we really get to like that absolutely perfect situation, but it is getting real nice and heated up and proper right now. Seems like our crude is still flowing, should be increasing. Yep, crude's finally going up over here in our corner now that all these tiles are starting to fill in. Excellent. Now, the piping system on all of this is going to be another interesting thing. We do have wires coming through there, so let's make use of the wires. I'm a big fan of running wires to every floor. It is a little bit of excess as far as, like, we could just bring wire down from top, but eventually we might want to split some of these floors out to different grids, and that's going to be helpful in that regard. Because we do have a distribution center set up over here. Right now we're distributing power over to these pumps and this door with one, and then we're distributing power to our main base with these other two. We did leave room to put in 2 more full lines of conductive watt and a little freaking transformer box over here. Like the way that's coming together. Our deep freeze seems to be working quite well. Everything's looking good over there, nice and chill where it needs to be. Gas pipe is flowing, keeping things cool. This thing's not running hard right now because we don't have a lot of heat coming in from the cool steam vent. Excellent. Very excellent. Now, we got 10,000 barbecue. So, yeah. All right. Let's get our little clay slash research thing set. I'm not going to worry about what's going on over here. We'll probably move this system up here because we want it on the back side of the toilet so they wash their hands. We could start thinking about actually giving someone, I think Vermin was the one that has art as a secondary. So we could start working on doing that. Okay. So it's going to come from back here. We're going to use these pipes. And we're going to just straight up overflow here, down into here. Okay, so we kind of need another overflow system, though. Right? Alright, let's take a moment and think about this. That's what we could put over here. Alright, let's do these pipes in a smart way, right? So we want clean water coming to our toilets, like first and foremost. That is like #1 priority, right? So let's say we did it like this. It's probably going to change, but let's say we did it like that. Now, after that, the priority is to get water in here, right? So let's say which already I could do that way cleaner. So let's clean that up again. So instead of doing that like that, let's bring up our plumbing. Oh, that is not the right button to rotate the block. Grab this guy. We're going to go like that. We can cancel this bit here. And I've been trying to... Now, that'll prioritize the toilets. If it doesn't go to the toilets, it'll overflow and go to here. But we do need a second overflow, is the problem. Right? Like, just in case this is full of polluted water and this is full of regular water, we need a spot for stuff to go. And this does not allow for that. So... Ooh. So let's say we put the hydroponics here. Oh yeah, we're going to use farm pile, Zed. I'm just trying to think of how to do the pipes clean. Let's do a shout out for Zed over here. Because we're doing the 3 overflow situation. We need to figure out how we're going to overflow clean and polluted water. But the problem is we wanted to prioritize the toilets first, the ceramics second, and the bristleberry overflow third. So yes, definitely using the hydroponics tile. Just trying to work out in my brain how we do the priorities on the piping system, right? Because if we're pumping water in here and we have the room, it's definitely going to come out here before it overflows the polluted, right? So if we run an overflow here to them, then we wind up in a situation where we'll never wind up with polluted water over here. So, okay, let me shut this down just a little bit here. But yeah, guys, definitely go check out Zed. Zed's an amazing human being. He's a good friend, good community, good everything. Words are not working for me today, so insert all of the good adjectives for Zed, because the only one I have is good right now. My brain is absolute paste, so, I mean, not so much paste that I can't do things, but doing and talking at the same time. Whew, talk about a real fucking challenge in my life right now. All right. All right, so how do we do that? Because it's going to come out and prioritize over there. So we might actually need some sort of sensor. Excellent. Awesome. Amazing for some words. Those are great words, and they all apply to Zed. Go give Zed some love. Oh, I love you, buddy. Um, how do we do this? I've never really tried to come up with a system like this. Also, we will eventually run out of sand. So we don't have any regolith on this planet. So we'll have to get a salt vine. We'll have to find Dash of Salt and get a salt vine farm going just for the sake of crushing some sand up. Which maybe that's what we wind up putting over here. Not that I want to crush up sand over here because that thing creates heat, but a little bit of heat, we could always just, slap in a little bit more cooling loop situation, and we could use the heat from the rock crusher. And then we're just crushing stuff here, plus it's kind of close by to the Great Hall. We could say Great Hall's over here. So yeah, we could theoretically, yeah, I like that idea. It'll require a little extra cooling, but who gives a shit? We'll just throw power at the problem. Not like we have a problem with power. Did that shout out ever go through? It did. Zed's link is up there. Go check him out, guys. So, I think we got to put some automation in here. What kind of automation becomes the question. I think we actually have to use a liquid shutoff. As insane as that sounds, we might actually have to have a liquid shutoff for this system. Right? So basically, like, once this hits, like, 500 kilos over here, it's going to turn off or on the liquid shutoff. Yeah, we're going to need a hydro sensor here. This is going to have to flow into a liquid shutoff with an overflow. Okay, I think it's a liquid shutoff. Unusual late meeting. I'll be lurking with the tab up but muted. All right, sounds good, Zed. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate the views. Those do help out. Twitch is going to run ads no matter what. I don't have any scheduled. I've talked to a lot of people, and I might start scheduling ads because if I don't schedule them, then Twitch just puts them up whenever the hell they want to. So either way, there's going to be ads. But every viewer who's here while the ads are going does actually put a little bit of money in my pocket, so always greatly appreciated. Again, nothing is ever required, but always appreciated. Okay, I think I got this. This is taking a second for my brain to handle, right? Again, this doesn't matter if they're insulated. I'm just running those for like consistency. So we have this here. We have that go into there. But then we set up this liquid bridge that jumps over it, right? So boop, jumps like that. That is going to go to our toilets. Which we're going to need like 1, 2, maybe like 3 here. So let's say that goes like that, right? Then this is going to come down and go over like this. And these 3 are going to be hydroponics tiles. Right? So what's going to happen? Water's going to come in here. And it's going to overflow. This thing will prioritize it going to the toilets first. Once the toilets are filled, it'll try to go this way. But if the liquid shutoff is off, it won't be able to. In that case, the clean pipe will back up and the polluted water will start overflowing. Now, once the polluted water hits a certain level, which we're going to set with a hydro sensor on over here, it'll turn on the liquid shutoff, meaning that the germy clean water will be allowed to pass through here and then go into these plants. That way we never wind up with a full backup, right? Yeah, that system actually sounds like it could work. With an emphasis on could. So let's make sure we've got all of our pieces in place. We're going to get this in place, run that over here to that. So because we need that hydro sensor to do that. We're also going to need power. I love doing integrated systems like this. Power can come right there, bing, bang, boom, sort it out. This is going to be more or less a powerless system. And oh, shit. Hold on. Hold on. Not quite, because we wanted to prioritize the toilets first, then water for research, then polluted water, then those plants. Okay, so concept is there, final build is not. So let's cancel that real quick. Okay, so this needs to prioritize if we go this way and then jump this back that way. So now we have it prioritizing down here. It flows this way. Then it prioritizes going back to these toilets. So that right now this prioritizes the toilets first, then the research, and then overflows to here in theory. Right? Like that. Excellent. Then it gives us this extra overflow point right here. And that would be what's going into our hydroponics. Now, where are the hydroponics? You know what? We're just going to stack them on top of here. There's no need for us to get crazy. So this is where our liquid shutoff goes. So we slap down a liquid shutoff straight up just like right there. That's what gets this automation wire. Like this. Kaboop. Then we grab our liquid pipes and we go boop, boop, boop. And then go over to food and grab our hydroponics tile. Is it food? Yeah, it is. So food, hydroponics tile, 1, 2, and 3. Run our power, and we also got to make sure to put a light in there. So that's getting power, that's getting power, that's getting power. This doesn't need power. All of that works in theory. And we have sand over there. With the way this is built, though, it's going to create a little bit of a pit for CO2. So let's make sure that we think ahead, put down a couple of airflow tiles. Let's say there's one right there. Let's slap another one in right there. And, you know, because it's ugly, let's just swap those out for igneous real quick. All right. Does mean we're going to have to run cooling down here as well, which always tends to be a pain in the ass when you're running it through the bathrooms. So let's see if there's an easier way to make that happen, but we're going to have to run the bathroom pipes first and foremost. So what we're going to do is we're going to use these pipes to go up here. We're going to make sure that we don't accidentally overwrite anything because we do not want to break these natural tiles that we spent half of last stream getting sorted. Those are going to come up like that. Easy enough, right? The reason we do this is to give a little bit of output space. We want it to have enough space to go up and over. Now, considering the fact that we have this pipe running along here like that, not necessarily the worst thing. You know what, though? Could I It would cut down on space, but I think it might be a little cleaner if we just, do that. That way, we can run our cooling loop pipe down here as well. Now, the problem with this is I don't know if that's going to break those natural tiles. I don't think it will. I mean, we almost might as well have a shorter pipe if that's going to be the case. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Hang on. Okay. Minor testing is in order. Minor testing is in order. So, let's say I want to put that there. Let's let them build that first. If they have to destroy that block to place this, we can't do these ones over here that way. Pretty sure they do have to do that. That's interesting. Sometimes it pays to just do a little bit of testing. Oh, look, Princess Leia's out. Completely forgot about you. Let's get you sorted. You need these things first and foremost, and then you need to go into critter ranching as your main priority. You're on a schedule, but your priorities are totally fucked at the moment, so you no longer need to do operating. You need to ranch first and foremost. Your digging is pretty good. Jesus, your digging is pretty good. How much is your digging? 10? Damn. All right, we'll dig second. And then we're gonna... You don't ever need to cook. Yeah, okay, so ranching first. I mean, it sucks to not have her operate second, though. So ranching first, then digging and operating second, supplying, storing, tidying, and life support third, farming fourth, building fourth, no research, cooking, or decorating. I think that'll be good for her. I think that'll be good for her. Do you need to unpause for the skills to update? I think she goes over to the printing pod and gets her brain cooked a little bit, but I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, so they do need to dig that. Let's not... So that's not going to work over here. I can connect those in because we don't need to do anything if we want to. Jumping over them is a pain in the ass. Ooh, I've got an idea. I've got an idea. Let's just put the liquid bridges here. And then the bridges just go... These just go to the right. Right? Correct. And then these... And now we can have a line that comes straight through here. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do... is our loop is going to be a multi-floor loop. So... we could cool the bathrooms a little bit. They are going to supply some heat, right? How much copper do we have? We have, like, a lot of copper, right? 50 copper per. So, I mean, not enough copper to just be burning copper left and right. But, like, let's say we did that. Is that 6? That's 6. So let's say we did that, right? And this comes over here. I mean, I'd like this to actually come over here. I know that's like a little bit of an odd thing, but then we radiant pipe here. I think we radiant pipe over, you know, just so we get a little bit of cooling on this guy as well. Do we need cooling over here? I don't think so. I think that should be plenty of cooling. And then this one can theoretically just jump over and come down. Now, is there a cleaner way to do this? I'm obsessed with the idea of actually getting these pipes right? So, like, let's say instead of that coming down there, let's say this just comes over here, because that's not going to do any priority. It's just to jump over that thing. And that gets this over to here. I love planning this shit. I don't know why this is so fun for me, but it is. Rewire the meat yogurt. Yeah, exactly. That's what they do. Did we put in that automation wire? We did draw that out. I like doing complicated piping systems like this, right? I did forget to do the vroom vroom emote. I apologize, everyone. We will get that sorted because of the loud assholes. We jump there. We jump there. Because I'm like, yeah, we don't need radiant pipe over here, but we might as well have it, right? Like, so that gets us cooling there. That gets us cooling. Let's worry about running this secondarily. We'll put that one where the other one doesn't need to be. That means this could come down here. And that's where it links back up with the cooling loop. So we'll come across here, cool this stuff, cool that stuff, cool this, come through, cool the bathrooms, then get back into this loop here. This stuff is probably not necessary, but we're not going to break it. We'll just disconnect that there. We'll leave it in so we don't have to mess with our natural tiles at all. And then as far as, so we can connect up these bits here just a little bit. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, right, we're just gonna dot build in there. And then that goes like that. That will build that whole little like looping bit there. That'll get us cooling for all of the things we need cooling for in the base. Now, getting this thing over here in a reasonably clean fashion. So we're just going to take our liquid bridges, we're going to jump, and then I think we're just going to jump there as well. And that goes across, and then insulated tile? Why am I doing this with insulated? Doesn't need to be insulated. Okay, let's cancel. So liquid pipe goes across here. Do we want it to just come straight down like that? I think for now that's probably going to be the cleanest way to run that. Once we figure out more stuff that we're doing on this side, we'll make adjustments accordingly. So we're going to do that. To get us there, let's make sure we have spots for the dupes to walk on. So we're going to put these here and here. For them to get in here. Huh. Let's just put in one of our airflow tiles that we're going to be putting in right there. That'll give them like walking abilities, and we can sweep all this out. And I think, okay, so this was what I was trying to get done at the end of stream that we had to do a bunch of other stuff for. So now we've got work for our dupes to do, so let's let them work now that I've actually figured out the piping system. One more thing we got to add to this equation is a light bulb. So light bulb. What I think is we're going to put the light bulb over here. Because I talked about possibly having the crusher. And I think if we put the light bulb here, then we could give our dupes light to work over here with the crusher. I don't really want to be turning polluted dirt into regular dirt. Or into... I don't want to be composting is what I'm trying to get at here. I want to get that stuff cleared out of there. That dug. We got even more copper over here. Nice. So we can strip mine that shit out as well. That'll do that. So in theory, if we go into refinement, I'm going to put it up just because... just because I want to remember my plan over here. So let's say that goes there. That gives us an extra tile in case we want to add another bristleberry. Choose a blueprint. Oh, I mean, dirt sounds pretty good to me. I don't know what we're looking out for. The newest dupe that we brought online that's in the gym, they are going to be our second cook. They're probably going to do a lot of hauling and storing until we get pretty late game, but they are a good person for the job. Person, dirt, person, yes, dirt. Anemic, unconstructive noodle arms. Those are all terrible things, so let's get the dirt. Not even a question at this point. Okay. Oh, I'm always blown away by what we can get done in a stream. Once we get all this stuff wired up, and get the water stuff flowing in here, we can start getting rid of this bathroom setup down here, and then be using this one. That'll start prioritizing water left and right wherever it needs to go. Huh. Yeah, it's going to take us quite some time to get that barbecue as the only thing we're using. But how tall are the bristleberries? Okay, good, good. I was worried this light bulb might be in the way. I might change some priorities over in our kitchen. But not right this second. I don't want to think about that because that could screw up a lot of things. So we're just going to let that be. I need all of this to get built, and I need to get a few other things sorted over here. I think we kind of need to vacuum this out. Not to add insult to injury over here, but I think this needs to be a vacuum before we get our stuff started. But I don't know how we make that. We might actually have to stick a semi-permanent mini gas pump down there, just to get the gases out of there. Because we don't want anything in there except polluted oxygen. Is the idea here. The things you have to figure out. Yeah, I think that's a thing, right? I don't think we could, yeah, because there's no way to get the other gases out of there. And we got to put, in order to liquid lock, in order to shut this whole system up and lock it in, we need to put mesh tiles here and put water on them. If we have mesh tiles here with water on them, There's no real way to liquid lock in here and build and deconstruct and all that shit. So, yeah, I think we have to put in a mini gas pump. Luckily, we have enough plastic on hand for that. Yeah, 3.3 tons. Do we have the mini gas pump researched? We do not. Looks like we don't. And that's going to require Radbolt research, I bet you, which we don't have set up. Would be my guess. No, we have to have the mini gas pump. It does require Radbolt research. Okay. So this system is a thing. This system is a thing. So then it comes down to how are we going to do Radbolt research, because I deconstructed our temporary Radbolt research. In fact, I dumped a fuck ton of hydrogen into our base when I did it. So, oh boy. Oh boy. You know, this sounds crazy. What if we put Radbolt research in right here? So it's close to the whole research facility. Because I think, I mean, I don't have a way to gather rads other than the manual Radbolt generator right now that I feel comfortable dealing with. But, okay, let's think about this. So, research, blah, 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 blah. You overheat at 75 normally. Let's say we put this guy here, right? Cacao. And then it needs that. So let's say that goes there, right? Right. And then we have radiation. We'll stick to our manual generation for now. We slap that down there. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters here. Radbolt reflector would then go here. And it would shoot stuff into there. And then when stuff hits a solid tile, it doesn't keep going, right? That being said, maybe like, I don't know how it works with mesh tiles, but let's just do solid tiles there. Angled over to there. We'll leave that an airflow tile over there, and we'll put another airflow tile there. That should get this going. And then we would just need to plug some power into there, which is not a problem. We have power all over the place. Although at this point we are getting to the stage where we should probably be splitting our grid a little bit. So maybe let's bring this over here. Go like that. Grab this. Do one of these. Snag a bit of that action. And this does give us the option of running a few other wires as well. So we got that there. A lot of stuff to get done. So let's prioritize the projects over on this side. Let's put that on construction. I don't care about the other stuff. Construction projects on this side. Add a 6. Let's go. Let's get that stuff done. It does mean we should also put in some cooling for these additional who's a what's it's here. So all the cooling. So what we'll do is boop that in there. Actually, we could theoretically, in theory, we should probably cool this thing down as well. I mean, who the hell cares, right? I mean, at this point, everything can be cooled down. So we'll run radiant gas pipe there. This will come over, go down, and then that will come down through here. Then we'll be able to get rid of this section. It'll just come over, through these, back through these, and back down out. Sounds like a good plan to me. And then we can snip out this little section over here. Will this be a permanent location for Radbolt research? Solid tiles block it. Still, getting a large dose of rads isn't fun. No. We're not gonna... Over here. This is the aqua tuner for the base. This one is the one for the steam turbines and the oxygen. These two are temporary to deal with cooling this until we convert this over into a steam sauna, is the plan. But the manual rad bolt generator isn't going to cause any major problems with rads. They'll just go and pump and go, and we could even put in a little box. Temporary solution. Realistically, this is not a long-term solution over here. I just need to knock out a piece of research. We'll leave this here. I mean, it might become a long-term solution, but I don't have a I don't have a shine bug setup going. I also don't have a I don't have Wheezewort on this planet. There should be Wheezewort on the second planet, but I've been delaying going there. Yeah. Eventually. We're playing this as a casual playthrough. Idea being that I don't do anything actually casual. I just don't have like extreme difficulties and like absurd goals in mind for this one. I like to build some like really crazy integrated systems and stuff. But for me, when I think casual, I think no rush to get over to the other planets. I want to get this planet like running like a well-oiled machine, you know, use every resource we have access to. I mean, obviously, we don't have access to infinite resources. We have to get over to the other planets. But what I would like is for this planet to be running, like, real solid. You know, everybody just doing the job. Any of the builders, convert them over, basically, to doing refinement jobs. The ranchers and the farmers working full-time. Ranchers, farmers, cooks working full-time. Everybody else doing oil or doing metal refining and rock crushing and the like. And just kind of get this planet, like, just humming like a well-oiled machine. Theoretically, once we set up the systems that I want to get set up, what am I missing? We don't have any gold amalgam. We are setting up to do ceramic. That's the project we're basically working on, is turning our toilet water into a ceramic situation. To be truly indefinite. We need our ranches to come fully online, which does mean we need to build 2 more, because right now we don't have enough slicksters to eat all the CO2. We might have to pump some of this into storage up here, because we're starting to get pretty dense with CO2 here, and that can start causing problems soon. Jesus, we've got a lot of CO2. So our ranches need to be fully online, so we're switched over to barbecue. And we need to have a source of infinite sand. So ideally, we would be using the chlorine gas vent for a dash of salt vine farm that we could then crush into sand and table salt. I don't really care about the table salt, but free sand is a good thing. Because, you know, no matter what you do, you know, we've got boatloads of igneous. We've got 506 tons of igneous, a kiloton of granite, 133 tons of sandstone. So, like, we could be crushing rocks. I mean, sand in and of itself, we have 74 tons. So it's not like it's running short or anything like that. More or less, I just kind of want to get this place dialed in with all the projects I want to do. I have a plan for a really nice Dreco Ranch pip farm thing that I want to put up here. The rocket program will eventually go over here. It's more or less just like projects I want to do. I'm honestly at the moment playing this almost like it's a vanilla, like no DLC type of situation, the way I've been playing it. I like getting our first planet nicely set up, you know? I think the last time I did one of these, it was on a larger planet. And I think I was on the first planet for like 1,000 or something cycles before I even thought about going over to the second planet, because I was like, who cares? I mean, it'd be nice to have gold amalgam, but the second planet's a radioactive ocean, so I don't even think there's gold amalgam there. We need to go over there to get arbor trees and wheezewort, and I'd like to start mutating Maybe not necessarily mutating, but I'd like to also get an industrial-sized sleet wheat and bristleberry farm up over there so we can make berry sludge en masse for our space program. But I've got a lot of plans. I just really like playing this game, like just like having a good time doing whatever it is that I'm doing. I enjoy doing these cool little building projects and integrating these machines. Oh yeah, the betas. Yeah, we're gonna get into betas. I'm gonna be building a nuclear reactor on the second planet since it's a radioactive ocean. There's plenty of uranium for us to play with over there, so nuclear reactor is definitely on the table. Last time I copied Francis John's design. I might work on making my own design for a nuclear reactor this time through. Depends on how the planet is laid out. Depends on if we stay in this playthrough as well, because the DLC is pre-releasing on Thursday or whatever the case may be. This very well might be the last day we're in this world, although anything that comes out pre-release or beta status with a game, I do worry about. Also, we're eventually going to have a cooling solution for this drill over here. Yeah, Ani DLC on Thursday, Frosty Planet. There's the link up in the Discord in the Ani section, so if you want to check it out. I haven't actually even watched the animation yet because I've just been so into doing other stuff that I've been preoccupied with, but definitely looking forward to doing that. I think they're adding another starting planet, which is going to be another frozen planet from the looks of it. You know, Frosty Planet. It's just a thing, right? So, yeah, that's the story. We need this mini pump, so let's turn that on. That does mean we don't have access to water from a pitcher pump, so kind of need to throw down a bullshit pitcher pump. Let's just put one in. How hot is this water? Hot enough to be a pain in my ass? Probably. So let's just make this out of obsidian for no good reason. Actually, could I put that? Everything is in the way. You're going there, bud. You're going there. And actually, these doors can be held open because we have nothing in over here. So we're going to open those doors. We're going to open these doors. Open those doors. It might frankly be one of the easier starts. Frozen planet? You know, I feel like everybody says that about frozen planets. I think heat is easier to manage than cold. There's plenty of ways to delete heat, but if you can't do crops early on and you got to race into ranching and all of that stuff, I honestly think the cold starts are the harder starts, personally. You know, everybody's got their own specialty and everything, but I got real used to dealing with walling in my starting biome with insulated tiles and rushing to steam turbine aquatuner setups. So I'm very, very comfortable dealing with heat. I find hot starts to be very easy. Regardless of what resources you have access to. Every planet gives you the opportunity to have the resources you need. But cold planets, you wind up having to go through some trickery and shenanigans just to keep plants alive in the early game, right? Most people, the biggest problem are usually heat management. Yeah, but like I'm saying, heat management is a lot easier to manage. So, your basic toilet setup, right? Seems like not a big deal to do, right? It's fine, you know, recycle the water, infinite water, blah 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 blah. Here's the problem: if it's below freezing, the water's just going to freeze in your pipes nonstop. That's where you have to learn about keeping a fully rotated, like keep the water rotating, even in your toilet system. And even if you keep the water rotating, you're not always going to be guaranteed a situation where it doesn't freeze in the pipes. So then how do you deal with that? Your plants, you know, I think everybody says that. It's like, oh, frozen planet, it's going to be easy. You have plenty of chill to work with. Just for giggles, I'd want to dare you to last 100 cycles in a forest start. Sparta, go to my YouTube. We did a max difficulty, frozen forest, no teleporter start, and got Home Sweet Home in under a month of streams. So we were streaming 3 days a week. So in 12 streams, we flew off planet, collected fossil and iron, flew back, and built the monument on a frozen planet start. It was insane. I've done it. So if you want to see it, it exists. Just click over to the YouTube and get at it. I think that's the number of streams. I can't remember if we were doing 2 or 3 or 4 days at the time, but every one of those is up there. Like I said, on max difficulty as well. You'll see the struggles I went through and what the problems were with the frozen start. Yeah, it is an obscene, difficult run, but we got it done by the skin of our teeth, really, too. Like every stream was like, what do we have time to do here? Like, what do we have to get done? Like, how do we get this done? How do we... it was just a non-stop shit show of just moving stuff around. We wound up trying to go heavy into pips for barbecue. So we started, like, industrial level farming pips, which was difficult in and of itself. Try keeping a whole bunch of arbor trees alive in the freezing cold so your pips can get enough food to be ranched. You know, everything... You think about it and you're like, everything needs... food to exist. Oh, we're still filling up that loop, huh? We could probably... Well, we're deconstructing this bathroom. We'll let that continue putting water into the loop until we finish deconstructing the bathroom. Yeah. That came from chat. We were doing a playthrough, and I was like, chat, what should we do? And rather than, like, taking the suggestions as, like, possible, like, starts, I just started adding them together. Well, why don't you try a frozen planet? All right, done. We're doing a frozen planet. Any other ideas? What else do you guys think we should give a shot to? Oh, maybe do it on max difficulty? Cool. Frozen planet, max difficulty. All right. What else are possible ways to do another start? What do you guys think we should try? Oh, why don't you try doing a run with no teleporters? You know what? Let's add that to the pile. Max difficulty, no teleporters, frozen planet start. What's our goal, though? What are we trying to accomplish? Why don't you do Home Sweet Home? Fantastic. Home Sweet Home. You know what? Let's do it on our community monthly seed. So I got to finish it before next month's seed comes out, because we used to do a community monthly seed. I love the one that Zed had set up for you. Yeah, the 100 cycle hands-off challenge. We got to revisit that one, because I should have had that. Normal forest start is a pain in the ass, too. Yeah. I don't mind the normal forest starts. If I don't have to deal with cold, I've gotten really good at rushing to an open-air electrolyzer setup. As long as you're not totally hosed on water, if you got a little bit of water, I can do a normal forest start reasonably easy at this point. But frozen is just insane. Frozen forest is nuts. So I'm interested to see how the Frosty Planet comes together with the new DLC. Ooh, this thing is in the works. Boop. And like lava cycles, cacao. So, when I do a normal forest start, the first thing I do is I try to get to an electrolyzer as quick as possible. And then I put the electrolyzer up at the top of the base, along with a hydrogen generator and a gas reservoir and a pump. The pump then sorts the gases and pumps, using the element sensor, pumps the hydrogen into the tank, runs the hydrogen generator, and then everything else gets pumped down through an air distribution system. That way you're pulling the stuff away from the electrolyzer and it doesn't get overpressured so that it sends stuff down. This needs to be prioritized above the other ones. And we could knock out, I don't know, let's say a dozen of these to start. You'll see the way I do it if you go and check out the VODs from that playthrough. It is it's a pretty, I don't know. I don't want to say standard. It's my standard. Like, I've gotten pretty used to doing the forest starts because I used to hate them because you don't have any algae to start, right? What temperature are we coming out? 13.1. Alright, base is reasonably chilled. Why do we have such a hot spot over here? Oh, probably from lead, right? Yeah, we built new lead wires. That's why it's hot there. Lack of algae really messes with you. Yeah, I mean, until you get used to it. On that playthrough... Hi, Julie! We'll do a shout-out for Julie real quick over here before I continue my nonsensical ramblings. Shout-out for Julie Pixels. Julie, you're playing an Ani playthrough right now, right? I mean, you're always playing an Ani playthrough, but you haven't sidestepped into something else for a little while, have you? Guys, you gotta go check out Julie. Wonderful person. Great cat mom. Nice, nice. What's your playthrough looking like currently? I know you go through them pretty fast. Like, you do some things and stuff, and then you're like, all right, we've done things and stuff. Let's move on to other things and stuff. One night that I streamed a cozy game. What cozy game? I'm going to lower my music a little bit. I don't know why it got so goddamn loud, but, you know. Oh, it switched bands on me. Got to put on my new favorite song for a second. Little Known Galaxy. I think I've heard of that. I got to do something about this hydrogen. It feels bad to not, like, use it, but we don't need it. Make sure these rads don't go to the wrong spot. Right. So... Okay. How are we doing on water over here? All right. After we get this system built over here, I need to set up a little bit of redundancy here. Let's get that built first, guys. Our researcher needs that action. Okay, so... Frozen, like a forest start, right? We're talking about a forest start. So obviously, same type of deal as any other start. You dig down, you dig up, dig to your oxygen. Stay small, rush into electrolyzers. You want to make sure you get your hydrogen power, your gas pipe element sensors, gas shutoff, etc., etc. Up at the top, you put down an electrolyzer. You run whatever water you have on the map into it until you can get a system to put water into it. A lot of times I wind up overflowing my toilets into it. We wind up with some germy air and have to deal with some... food poisoning, but it all depends on how much water you start with on the map. Bob has been keeping me busy the past week. He's been at the vets twice since Saturday. He's finally feeling better. Good. I'm glad Bob's feeling better. He's a good kitty. It's always sad when the fur babies are not feeling well. You know, you gotta look out for them. All right, now that's real far away for them to come and get water for the research stations, but I just don't. That's what this little tank is supposed to be for over here, but in order to get this up and running, we need to finish this system. In order to finish this system we're building, we need a mini gas pump, and a mini gas pump is going to need the rad research, so, you know, looping on itself. One of the positive things about having this hydrogen here, I'm thinking, is that we do want to slap down the Dreco farms right up here. It's a nice, like, top cap to the base, the way I have it designed. I designed it in the debug world. So we might be able to dig this in a way that we actually get to use this chlorine and hydrogen in those Dreco farms if we do it the right way. Still think this would have to get moved up. We're actually going to have to wind up doing a bunch of backplating because it is going to stretch into space a little. Look at this, like, pillar of ice we have here. 17 kilograms of snow, 17 kilos of crushed ice. You love to see it. We'll eventually find a way to collect all those, all that ice and put it to good use. I mean, I don't actually think we'll need the cold. The water would be nice. When we started this playthrough, we did a lot of the math on the water. Like I said, we were like, okay, so if we run a petroleum boiler, petroleum generator set up full blast, and we have this steam vent, we did the analysis, and we're like, all of that said and done, we should have enough water for like 16 and a little bit more dupes worth of air. So that's one of the reasons we put the cap at 16 dupes on this planet, and we only built a spawn that runs off of 2 electrolyzers, because we were like, you know, I don't think we're going to be able to, create enough water to get beyond that. And now I'm kind of feeling like we can be a little bit more flagrant with our water use, because we've got a few water positive systems going right now, and we're only going to develop more water positive systems as we go here, so shouldn't have too much of a problem actually expanding beyond that if we want to. I don't particularly want to. What are you doing? Let's wrangle that son of a bitch. I do really want to get our meat stuff automated as well. Like right now, they're coming all the way down here to grab meat to bring it up to the kitchen. We need to automate that a little bit. Not a big fan of that. Yeah. So when we go down here and mess with this, because like I said, we need to attach 2 more slickster ranches here. It's work I overlooked. So all that work we did dropping this down and making this little overflow tank here, that's all going to have to get reconfigured. When we do, I'm going to make sure that we put in a system that not only pumps the carbon dioxide out of our little tunnel here into our slickster area, but we're also going to make sure that we have a sweeper set up here to send stuff over to our storage area. That way, anytime they drop stuff down here at the bottom of the map, it just picks everything up, dumps it in a thing, and brings it over to storage. So we don't have this, like, collection of absolute junk and garbage down here at all times. And that's the thing, is, like, you know, talking about making the system infinitely sustainable. I've done a base that the last challenge, like Killer was talking about, the 100-cycle hands-off one that Zed came up with. If I had done the math, if I had actually sat down and done the math instead of trusting my janky-ass memory, remembering a passing conversation, that base would have been sustainable infinitely. I just needed to double up on the Draco ranches. If I'd had 4 ranches running on domesticated bomb lily instead of 2 ranches running on wild bomb lily, that place would have lasted forever. But if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, oh, what a fine Christmas it'd be. Or whatever the saying is. Okay, speaking of all of this, we could probably start working on this. Like, first and foremost, we're obviously going to need this ladder system to come up here. We could probably just prioritize everything in the base at a higher priority. Construction, like, yeah, everything up here that's being built, let's 6 priority. That way we can actually start planning things out down here. That all being said, they're going to come over, drop. So we're going to have our exit at this level instead of down here. This whole bit needs to go. Again, we don't actually need this to be anything crazy. This is just like a, oops, let's make sure we don't have problems thing. This is probably going to end up going eventually There's a lot of systems here that are just going to wind up getting integrated with other systems. We don't actually need stuff over here to be insulated. How large of a tank do we need? Basically just enough for a two-banger and a... we could theoretically put a pump in there. So let's say we do like a... Let's say we do like a... I want them to be able to get over here. So if we put this... What we could do is also add in like a little one of these here. Yep, a lot of CO2. We're going to have to store some of it. Our slicksters are coming online. Eventually the slicksters will be able to eat it, but we just haven't bred enough of them yet, so... So let's say 4 deep for that. Crazy, but can't you just vent CO2 into space? I can vent CO2 into space, but CO2 is food for our slicksters. Our slicksters are going to provide food for our base. So, the math is that if you run a petroleum boiler using a volcano, you get out... If you run the petroleum boiler at full... It's a loop, so we'll start at the petroleum boiler. Petroleum boiler is outputting the petroleum using the heat from the volcano to boil the crude. We get a full pipe of petroleum out, 10 kilos a second. That's enough to power 5 petroleum generators. Those 5 petroleum generators put out enough CO2 for 75 slicksters to eat, plus they put out more water than you have to put into the oil wells to generate the water to produce the crude oil, which loops. That CO2 from these things is enough to feed 75 slicksters, 75 to 80 slicksters. 75 to 80 slicksters, if done properly, can feed anywhere from 45 to 50 duplicants. Well, the plan for this planet, Sparta, is this planet is going to feed the galaxy. The reason I'm so into like making this sustainable and like getting the loops all closed is that all food production is going to happen, all meat food production happens on this planet. All veggie food production happens on the second planet. And those 2 planets supply the entire galaxy with food. We're going to wind up with a bunch of interplanetary launchers up here on the top, just launching food to other planets so that they can eat. That way nobody has to cook on other planets. We might have some stuff going on. I mean, I don't know. That's the theory anyway. It's nothing about this is necessary. Like, we're not playing a playthrough for necessary. If we were playing a playthrough for necessary, this would be a whole different situation. We're playing a playthrough for fun. That all being said, is I probably should hook this system back up. Because, yeah, now that we've, that was something I meant to hook back up, but we had to take it out. We'll make it out of steel. This is to, like, filter. We have storage for CO2 here, so we can, like, pump some stuff into storage and then, pump it back out as we need it. And actually, this gas pump, let's do that at a higher level than that. Yeah, you could dump if necessary, we could dump it into space. We will dump it into infinite storage for now. That's what this pump will do. Maybe we'll have to set up a second pump. I don't know. I also, like, this will help get all the natural gas dumped to where it needs to go so that when we eventually put in there are words. I swear there are words. What am I doing over here? I made this wider than it needs to be because I want to do things, right? What things do I want to do? We put that there, that there. Hang on a second. This comes up. That's fine because these will be slickster wrenches. They'll come down or they'll go over here. Realistically, they don't need to have this there. None of this is needed, but dupes will get themselves caught if you don't give them redundancies on their bullshit, right? So ladders will go there. Yeah, all of this is kind of like, we've got a few spots that we're bouncing around to. I wanted to get some of this work done over here. That led to me needing to get research done. We needed to throw in a temporary pitcher pump over here. We got to do a bunch of work down here because I only put in 8 ranches. I was supposed to put in 10, so we got to reconfigure some of this. So that's in the list of things we got to get done today. Then we got to keep an eye on this because we're trying to use up the water in this infinite liquid storage here because I want to make adjustments to this build. I definitely made a few mistakes along the way, so we're gonna fix past Nether's mistakes. That's probably going to necessitate that we actually put in a pump over here and, you know, put in a temporary system to pump over here so we don't stop our oxygen production. We got a nice backload of oxygen. We've got 16 kilos a tile, 17 kilos a tile of oxygen times however many tiles are over there. So we're doing good on oxygen. Oh, I took out the carbon dioxide one, didn't I? I did. I was like, oh, okay, so let's stick that back in. We're going to put you there, and we're gonna snip. Yep. Shouldn't have done that. He's just a boy. I was like, oh, we don't need this anymore, right? No, we kind of do. So we're gonna bring that down through here. No, it doesn't need to be. I want it to be insulated going through that thing so it doesn't pick up too much heat. But coming down here, boop. Don't know why I did that. Nether, of course you need the thing. Okay, gas pipe element sensor, duplicate. Run wire there. Yeah, that's okay, how is our rad research going? 1 out of 20. 1 out of 25 ain't bad. 5 rads in there. This thing's got 8 on it. I need substantially more. I still find hilarious that dupes can just go out into space. Like they can just do that. Yep. Yeah. No, it's fantastic, isn't it? Dupes are strong. This is not an elegant solution at all. In order to make this not a problem, nope, I can totally just deconstruct that. They've got paths in and out from both sides. No need to worry about your blood and eyes boiling from the lack of pressure. None at all. Nope, none at all. I mean, dupes are dupes. They're not people. They're compiled out of genetic ooze, right? Put that there, just in case dupes decide they get caught in here. We're going to put some ladders in there. Priorities. Switch these over to a 7. That way we can make these ladders a 6. Our barbecue is kind of like going like this, which I kind of expected, right? Like, until we get the other 2 ranches in, and all of the ranches are completely full, our barbecue is going to teeter up and down a little bit. Horrifying, but at least it's reasonably fast. I mean, isn't all death horrifying? I was talking about this with someone not too long ago, like, nobody, like, it is the most fractional part of the world. I'll try not to get too morbid, but it is very fractional, the number of people that actually pass peacefully in their sleep, you know, just kind of like slowly stop breathing and like just nod off and, you know, they're gone. That is like not even like remotely a thing out there in the world. Most people, most kinds of death, like even if you pass alone, it's usually like a heart attack or, you know, something that's painful, and you're going to have a traumatic last few moments. Almost guaranteed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'd rather do. I'd rather not think about which way I go out. You know what I mean? I don't think any way of going out is great. I mean, I think being completely doped up on pain meds so that you don't notice anything's going on and you just kind of get sleepy. And even if you are having something happen, at least like you're so doped up you don't even know. That's probably how I'd want to go. Oh, we got glossy Drecos. We got glossy Drecos. Oh, hang on. I forgot about that. That was an important part of things. And you are actually 73% incubated. Okay, so you're 100% wild. You shouldn't die off. Shouldn't die off is like a scary thing. Oh, God. Okay. Back shortly. I got something to watch real quick. Of course, Sparta. Of course. I will be here doing the things as per usual. So you do you, and I will be here whenever you get done with whatever you're doing. Interesting tidbit in the nihilism. I did a Wired co-op job where I was handling a 400+ old skeleton like actual human remains. Ooh. So I'm not like a super big like horror buff type person. But I do you know, appreciate a good existential conversation about, you know, life and meaning and all that good stuff. All right, let's make sure this is flowing correctly. That polluted oxygen is going to have to go somewhere. I'm going to have to deal with that. Okay. And it was surprising to learn how much of the person you could learn even after all those years. Very interesting. Hey. Welcome. We are here in the madhouse that is oxygen not included. Welcome home. We are duping it up. Petroleum generator system seems to be working all right. Okay, so down here, we've got this overflow. And this overflow is dumb. I set this up so that if we need to pull water back out, we could. Huh. Nether and his weird systems of nonsense. Okay, let's get that built and get this stuff deconstructed. Doing good. Doing pretty good. Just holding down the fort. We had to we designed a whole system up here that like the one I was talking about where we're going to prioritize a few things as far as, like, you know, clean water goes to the toilets first, then to the research tank, then the polluted water overflows to here where we're going to make ceramic, and then the fourth overflow, if all of that is sorted, goes over there. Oh, they can't get to that bit there, by the by. So let's just boop a little ladder in there. We need to get some research done, so we temporarily threw in a Radbolt research station over here. Keeping an eye on this water here. We might have to throw in a pump here for redundancy's sake while we work on this. In fact, that's almost guaranteed, but working on a few other things. Oh yeah, I got this. This is a fun way to play the game. have 8 ranches down here because I messed up the math. Like, I just didn't think about the math last time is more accurate. For some reason, I was just thinking like, oh yeah, 75 slicksters, so we need 8 ranches. No, like, it's 8 per ranch, so we need 10 ranches. So this whole bit that we moved down last time, we got to move this up. And once we move this up, we'll have 2 more ranches in here. It does mean I'll have to make some adjustments to a few little bits and pieces, but I'm going to have you as my podcast while I grind ranked with my new deck. Yeah, your new deck is just obscene. If anybody ever wants to play Magic, oh, you do not need to be in here, Princess. You are officially out. Oh, and I never actually... That doesn't matter. This door is fine. You do not need to be running on that wheel. Gertrude needs to be running on the wheel. She's got time to invest. But you can do whatever it is that you do as part of a functional member of Dupe Society. You should be ranching, shouldn't you? I haven't allowed you outside of the base. Gosh, darn it. Okay, so let's give you proper priorities. You're allowed to go out there. You're allowed to go. Gertrude is not. I have that set so Gertie can go out, but not our dupe that's actually doing things. Dear God. Okay, now we're priorities. You know that pawn. You know her. You love her. It's Gertie. There is so much sweeping to get done. I'm actually going to set up a second one of these. Not that it matters, but eventually we'll get a proper system in over here. All this water kind of needs to go somewhere. I'm really not sure where that's going to go. We might end up actually just having them, like, move it over here. So we'll slap in, I guess we'll make it out of sandstone. Doesn't matter. We'll slap that in there. Did I do that? No, I didn't do that. So let's do a little booping of that over there. Beard stroking all the way, absolutely. Let's priority this system because I want to get this stuff knocked out over here. Eventually all these pipes are going to get cleaned up a lot better. But for the moment, you know, it is what it is. We need to start working on this bit down here. Just because I want to get it done. I want to get, like... I don't know about you guys, but I get to a certain point where I'm like, dang it. That was something I didn't do last time that I was supposed to do. And that becomes the thing I focus on. I'm like, let me finish the thing that's not right before I start working on the new things. But I did need to make some progress because it upset me that we weren't able to get this thing installed last time. So, nice design. Very much loving it. But it's going to take us a minute to get our gas pump going here. Basically, we're just doing manual rad bolts until I feel like dealing with doing it, like, big time. I'm just like, every once in a while we need a little bit of rad bolts. So I've just been having them manually generate them from the uranium from our irradiated crust, which is a useful thing. In fact, there's a little bit right there. They're just going to just do boop. And is that uranium? That is uranium ore as well. Just boop that as well. Got some over here, just a little boop, boop, boop type of thing. That's not, right? No, that's great. So we just do that. In fact, we'll snag those bits as well. Just to have a little bit more on hand, you know? And then we got to work on doing a few other things as well. This pipe officially does not need to be here at all, so we can delete that SOB. Looks like the loop that I was working on, that's nicely set up, so let's snip this here. No. Can't seem to hit my copy button correctly here. So we're going to do that. Is the plan. No. That is the wrong way. I set it up wrong. Alright, so for now, let's go like that. I accidentally put these jumping that way, so boop that and boop this. Those got to get put back the other way. It's fine. Everything is fine. What we've been doing is having the toilet overflow actually filling the cooling loop. And we have a liquid reservoir over here. We started out in this loop, wasn't even full. Now we've got an extra ton of... is it an extra ton? Yeah, we've got an extra ton of water on the line right now, which is good because I like to keep a decent enough buffer going with that stuff that we can... that we could expand or contract the cooling loop as need be. You know, like a half-full reservoir, I think, is where my sweet spot is. Because at half full, it means that you can add water to it, or you can shorten the line or expand the line. Usually it's... Yeah, I gotta get that emote. Because then the cars won't bother me as much, because we'll actually, you know... Annoyances will become engagement at that stage of the game. We are also getting, or theoretically we'll be getting a little bit of extra calories because I slapped lights in here and we're temperature regulating this, so these wild bristleberry that are growing for the sake of our nature reserve. We overdid the nature reserve because why not have a little bit of extra food growing? Wild bristleberry is not going to provide us with a ton of extra food, but once they start blooming, we're going to get floral scents, which, you know, they're wearing suits, but they'll still be able to smell the floral scents in theory. And will give us beauty, all that stuff. What up, Bat Guy? What are you doing? How you doing? What's up? What's up? Let's do a shout out for Bat Guy over here. Shout out the Bat Guy, double T in the bat, not the V. How you doing today? What's going on? We're setting up fun little systems. I think you'd appreciate this, Bat. So we're setting up a new bathroom system here, and the bathroom overflow system is just ridiculous. It goes into the sieve, comes out, prioritizes going down here, prioritizes, then it goes, takes a hard right, prioritizes going to the toilets. If it doesn't go to the toilets, it overflows down here to a tank. This tank is for research, so they can grab water. Once the water level gets up to this hydro sensor, it'll close this vent, so that'll back up. That'll all back up. In theory, it'll go this way, but we have a liquid shutoff in here because we want it to first overflow the polluted water into this little area down here where we're going to be setting up a collection spot for clay. Then, once this hydro sensor says, hey, there's enough water, polluted water down here, it turns on this shutoff, and then the final overflow is into some bristleberry that are going to be here. So, you know, that's all fun. We've got our sand storage set up right here so that this thing can fill the 4 deodorizers that are going to go here. And we're going to be using a trick that Flower sent me where we put airflow tiles across here and then waterlogged mesh tiles here with the deodorizers up here because they can apparently grab 2 tiles below. So we won't have any polluted oxygen off-gassing into the base. We'll just be capturing the polluted oxygen, releasing the good stuff, and then getting the clay, which is fantastic. That also leaves us enough space that we could slap in some sort of loader here to move the clay over to be turned into ceramic down in our eventual industrial sauna. And we put this here because even though theoretically, you know, we should put these in our industrial sauna, we got this here for the eventuality that we're going to be setting up a dash of salt mine farm. And this will be where we crush down our salt into table salt and sand so that there's, you know, sand here. Left a space here. We might just throw in a... probably throw in a container storage bin. In fact, we'll just slap that down there. That'll be for the salt that we get from the dash of salt mines. And we may put in another sweeper here to help with a little bit of automation, but it is what it is. I like this system. It's a very cool system. We haven't finished building it yet because the way I'm building this here, I kind of need to just permanently drop a mini gas pump in here and then build everything in. Use the gas pump to yank all of the regular oxygen out so we don't have it fighting for tile space. And then we'll just leave it in there. It'll be a whole thing. But yeah, so we're working on that. Had to slap together some Radbolt research in order to get the gas mini pump. We do have the plastic for it. Jonathan's been filling up the magma tank, which is working. This whole system's working swimmingly. We do wind up dropping a little bit of extra magma in here, so we get these little bits of igneous rock. But they're also, you know, they're putting temp into the places they're helping with the temp. It's not as... They're not as useful as the full tiles, but, you know, they're touching, so whatever. We might end up with a little extra heat down here. We've got 522.6 C in here. I think that's the, not amalgamation. The summing of, like, this probably winds up getting dropped when it's a little hot. And then these drop at 435. I don't even remember what we have that sent to. 435. So we wind up with 502, which is fine because when this becomes a full-on, like, enclosed steam room eventually, what we'll be doing is deleting that corner and yanking those out so that we can rotate them through here to pull the last little bits of heat out and turn it into energy. And that is the plan right there. But we've got a couple little projects we're working on. Let's get this stuff swept up as well. And over here, let's also sweep that stuff. I want that stuff out of my way. This is in place. That's built, so we can start taking apart this system. Because this was built in a place that is not useful for us, actually. So we're going to delete all that stuff. Delete that stuff. Yeah, because we're going to put in 2 more ranches here. This system has to go, so temporarily we're going to deconstruct this. We'll deconstruct that power. We'll deconstruct this. Gas pipes, this whole thing is going to have to move, so we're going to deconstruct this gas pipe situation here, deconstruct this, we're going to mop this up, deconstruct this bad boy. This sensor system's going to have to get moved substantially, so that's going to go. I like this system, but it's not quite in the right spot at the moment, so we'll fix that. Somehow we wound up with some crude over there. That's actually kind of fine. Right, this is insulated for the pipe that's going through it because we don't have it made out of ceramic. So yeah, somehow or another we did wind up with some overflow that dropped into the tank. Couldn't see it because of the way the insulated tiles work. We'll get that mopped. Get that mopped at a reasonably high priority. And then as far as our toilets are concerned... Okay, so the loop is now officially looped in. So that'll do its thing. We will snip that. That will then go up and around through there. That should be fine. Gas pumps being made. This can get deleted. What do we need to get this bathroom section online? We need that thing to actually be supported. We'll build one of those there so they can actually get down into here. If this is... Sure, if that's above 500 kilos, turn this on and the water will go there instead of down here. Ventilation. We have a high-pressure gas vent, right? Doesn't really matter where we put this for now. And then we're going to have to run power in there somewhere. Let's let Future Nether worry about that. And I mean Future Nether from, like, you know, half an hour from now. because we've got other things we got to get sorted first and foremost. I want to work on this Slickster Ranch issue down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is legit going to be going all the way over there like that. Same thing up here. That is going like that. Right? That means we're going to be coming out over here. So if we do this the same way, we're going to be doing that. Also means we kind of want to brick that in as we go. So those bits can be there. And this bit needs to go there. Right, 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 right. Then once that's built, we can do the same little trick where we put a little petrol there, a little petrol here, here's some petrol, there's some petrol, everywhere some petrol. Sorry, I have brain things. We're gonna delete that so they don't do something stupid and get themselves stuck. This is going to be an awkward one. We'll have to put the out... Oh. Alright, hang on a second here. I'm getting ahead of myself quite a bit. So, if we're going to have this system set up here, theoretically the blob would go there. That would break this tank. There's no way to move this. So... if we wanted this ranch to be the same, it would come over this way. I kind of want the ranches to be the same, so they'd come out and come down this way. They won't be able to get out over here. What I'm probably going to end up doing then is we're going to have this exit go out here, but down over here, since this will be taken up by Slickster ranches out to this point, which is actually a nice little cutoff point. I'll probably put an exit maybe like right here to break out, because I think we can do that somewhere in there so they can get over to this side, and then we'll have to create a whole like up and down system over here because we want Slickster ranches on this side as well. Main issue is going to be we might actually have to flip this around to the other side because I would like to have the ability to put in a pole over here. That's not a hard switch though. I don't think we could knock that out reasonably quickly. In fact, let's do that at one point or another as well. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff. How's everybody doing? We only work on this colony during stream, and I'm always surprised how much we can actually get done in a stream. Right now, we've got a lot of CO2 that we're dealing with. This is why I need to focus on getting these Slickster ranches built again. These are going to be... these are going to be very necessary to use up the CO2. We need to have the right number of Slicksters for this to actually work. Wait, did I do the math here right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so actually this is... yeah, okay. I hate it when I do that. Yeah, because these are slightly off from the base math, so... we're actually going to do that. Some of these will have to actually... oh, I've already made a few mistakes here on these ranches. We need these tiles to be mesh tiles. And these tiles to be mesh tiles. There we go. Burning through steel, left and right, as always. We have steel queued up forever. What are we missing? Anything in particular? Still got a bit of lime. We are probably, for the most part, out of fossil. Do we have fossil? Oh, we have 10.6 tons of fossil. So let's get a crusher installed over here so that we can crush up more fossil in the lime, because I don't have that set up. We'll have to build the crusher out of steel as well, because it is getting freaking way too hot over here. We're running on the hot side down here. We're chewing up a lot of power to keep our place together, but we're making a lot of power, so I'm kind of okay with that. Stations, no, refinement. We're going to go over here, grab the rock crusher, make this out of steel. We're going to slap it down right there. For the sake of our sanity, we could also put down a little bit of a container here, so we can throw all of our lime and eggshells in there as a priority. Okay, our crude is starting to fill up down here, so one of the next projects we're going to have to do is turning this second pump on and getting that to pump stuff up. We actually do have it set. Oh, wait. That will probably fall past there. I'm just gonna leave that for now. Just going to leave that. So that second pump, we do have a spot for it, but I am going to want to set up some sort of filtering and overflow type situation for that as well to go in here, which means a lot of this system is just in the way. I don't actually think we need this overflow system. I put this in place because we're water positive in theory, but we are pumping that extra water into a fourth oil reservoir. So we're getting out a lot more crude. So rather than actually storing the water in this infinite liquid storage, we're burning it off in another oil well, which is creating a positive crude situation. And we've already got an infinite liquid storage for the crude. So rather than try and store overflow water, we're burning off the overflow water and we're storing overflow crude. Or at least that's the theory that we're working towards right now. So I do think that can go, but it's not important that we break that down just yet. We're okay with how we've got everything running at the moment. Those things are made out of steel. Everything is made out of steel. I absolutely love it. Part of me is looking at this and I'm like, are we creating enough water to sustain 4 of these? But I don't think we are. Like, I keep looking at it thinking all the lines are going to fully back up, but these two never seem to, like, actually back up. They're always just barely running. So, like, they're kind of, like, swapping priority on water back and forth. But maybe if we let it run for a couple hundred cycles, it'll prove me wrong. In which case, if worst thing that happens is that this line starts to back up and we don't have an overflow, and we just link in the 5th one to burn off more of the water. I think my brain is actually starting to work a little bit. You have a little touch of petroleum here somewhere, right? 128 grams. That'll be absolutely perfect. Let's put that up here. Then we're going to deconstruct that tile and that tile. Do the same thing on this side. Deconstruct the center tiles. Put a door there. Once that door is there, people will be able to get down over here. Problem would be with them getting over here, so we either have to create a way out over here or stick a door somewhere on one of these. We might just wind up doing that once we sort this out and this becomes the bottom of our situation. Yeah, okay, so that's a thing. Okay. Yeah, so on the theoretical backside of this ranch, we're going to put a door for now. And then just airflow tiles here and here. Did I not move liquid here? Huh. Let's get those swept up. Move that petroleum, let's say there, so it's easier to click on. We'll also put that on a 6. We could mop up this crude, but it doesn't really matter. We can also get rid of those tiles. We don't need to queue this stuff up just yet. We're still processing steel over here, so fossil to lime forever, eggshell to lime forever. Whatever priority you guys get there, let's make that a thing. We're slowly but surely filtering out the natural gas over here. That's one of the things I like about this, is that, yes, we're kind of moving some of our CO2 out of here and moving it into storage so we don't overpressure CO2 down here, but at the same time we're also grabbing these bits and pieces of natural gas and getting them out of this. We can't have... Eventually we have to prioritize getting some of these gases out here. We're going to wind up probably throwing power at the problem and just putting like a row of gas pumps along the top here and just pumping all of that stuff out of here. Hell, we might even just shove it into a temporary gas storage tank and then run that gas storage tank into filtration to go into these chambers. But for now, we're running this pump just to kind of keep a little bit of the pressure off. This is not an optimal system. None of this is optimized over here. This is kind of our, like, this is still very BS. It's getting less and less BS as time goes on, and we move and integrate other systems. But, you know, can't do everything at once. We can do a lot at once, but we can't do everything at once, unfortunately. Gertie is still running on the treadmill. Once we get this done here, okay, so now we can actually delete these 2 tiles. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We can sweep that stuff up. This should be a vacuum. It is. We slap a door down here for permission's sake because we don't want Gertrude running out. Everybody else is allowed out of the base except Gertrude. Even Princess Leia now has enough athletics that we can allow her to go outside of the base and help with the ranching. Her job was to be our second rancher, so that is now in effect. Copy settings, paste settings. That way we can have 2 people sweep at the same time if the need arises. We've got a door for them to get out over here. So what that means for us is we can actually do this. Right? Yeah, we can do that. Now, it does put a crimp in my little gas pump thing, but I think what we'll do is we'll wind up using a smaller gas pump. Think about this for a hot second, right? Hang on. Okay. I got an idea. Like, we want a way to get over to the right here, correct? But we need this thing to be the right size. So we've got this space here. Can we somehow... I think we could integrate some of this extra space here so that we can drop this down a little bit, right? Okay, let's do a little math here. It'll make these doors a little offset from each other, but let's bring up the planning mod that we put in because this is exactly why we want to get this shit going, right? So let's call our door orange. Let's say we want to put our door... Huh. So we would want a tile above the door. So if we do the door, maybe the door goes here, right? Then we'd have solid tiles here, 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 and here. Let's put the opacity up so that we're planning appropriately. That would put a solid tile here. That would give us that situation. We could, in theory, then just drag that across there because they can just come straight across. Maybe we don't want to do that, though. Maybe we want to have the little nub. because there's going to be a blob of petroleum there. Yeah, you know what? Because that'll cause problems if any liquids spill down there. We don't have a little trough to deal with. So we're going to put the floor theoretically there. Then that means that these 2 blocks will get removed. These 2 blocks won't be here. They'll be able to come out. That being said, this section here becomes part of the farm. So if we need to do that, then we're talking, what do we got here? We got 52 plus 14, so we're up to 64. 64, 66, plus another 6 is 72. 78. 84. 90 and 96. Yeah, because that's a little taller. So that works out kind of perfect. So then they can come out there, and this... Ooh. Basically, they'd be coming out right into the ranch. Like, this would all be ranch, and they'd be coming out directly into the ranch, which is kind of an awkward place to put this. They'd be coming out into the ranch. But if they're not able to go down... and they can just go across. Actually, don't mind that. It's a little awkward, but we're working around these things. So then this becomes another door, right? That one could theoretically stay open at all times. I mean, theoretically, these could stay open as well. We may actually open those. We just need the priorities on them to keep people in and out. So then those become solid tiles. And then all of this gets deleted. At that point, we then wind up putting ladders coming over. In fact, we could put the door right up here for all intents and purposes. Like, that can go there. Those are solid tiles. And then these guys come across. So when they come out to go to the right, they wind up actually going through this farm. But that doesn't matter. It's not like duplicants walking through a Slickster ranch is gonna cause any problems. There'll be no way for them to come down into the ranch from here, so they'll still go out and process everything from this side. That'll allow them to come through over here and go down. This door will be deconstructed. And this will just be a solid wall. This will be a solid wall. So when they need to get over here to this side, they'll come through this ranch. And then eventually we'll wind up putting more ranches over here, which is going to be a whole mess in and of itself and something we don't have to worry about until the day we decide that we're going to do a second petroleum boiler. So, yeah, that could actually work right there. I think that might be what we do. Then we slap down a pump here and do our little automation thing. Put in a sweeper above the pump. Above the pump? How far up can we put a sweeper? Max up. Yeah, perfect. So that would go up there. So sweeper would go there. We could put a loader above the sweeper. We run the automation for the pump sensor up through the wall. I like that. It's a little insane. And then, like I said, what I'd like to do is actually flip-flop this so that this output side here is actually over here. We may end up having to do some things, but we could actually theoretically include this as the inside of one of the ranches that we build over here. Because the theory is that we're going to... Actually... Some changes might happen. I think this will be good for now. But rather than having a ladder system here, what we're probably going to end up doing is... And this is why I say we could probably change this. We're probably going to put the back of a ranch up against this wall. And then have another, like, downward section like this over here. So we'll have, you know, 5 ranches here and 5 ranches here with another in between here. So we could, in theory, rather than putting this over here, we could just have them walk along and come out over here and down, and then they could access these things. We could flip this one over, flip that one over, and then they're coming down here, which gives them access to the tanks here and the ranches that we'll build, which will all be awkward sizes because of how we have to fit them around the oil wells. But hey, that's what it is, right? That's what it is. This actually doesn't need to be here anymore, but I'm not going to worry about it right this second. So, all of that nonsense being said, I think that's proper math. I think that's how we handle it. We let them build this bit here. Let's let them go on that. I'd like to put this in here. It still gives them roundabout access out of here. What we can then do is also... I don't want them to delete that early, so I'm going to go like this. Put one in there. Down the opacity on that quite far. We're also going to need to break this in temporarily. Same type of deal as over here. So yeah, it's all going to be a little bit awkward because we got to work around the things that we already have in place. But you know, that's Ani in a nutshell. It's all one big jigsaw puzzle that you got to sort out. Nothing's ever going to be perfect, but we strive for the best we can do. This is why I like this game. There's a million different ways to do things. There's a lot of standards as far as, like, you know, aqua tuner, steam turbine setup is how you're in general going to be dealing with heat. 5.3 kilos of liquid. That's a lot of petroleum for what we're trying to do here. But I mean, it is what it is, right? Okay, so that's bricked in. So we deconstruct that and we deconstruct this. Those 2 tiles go. This gets... That gets emptied. We still have access over this way, so we can do that there. This little makeshift system over here to make sure we don't wind up with eggs down here is working quite well. All the eggs just get dropped right back up here to be put into place. I'm going to leave this glossy Dreco guy here for a bit because... I don't want him... I want to know that he's there. We need to build our Dreco farms. I'd like to be using glossies to mass-produce plastic for our needs. Anywhere where we can get away with plastic, I want to use plastic. Like, if we put plastic ladders on our central ladder, that's going to get our dupes moving a lot faster. Alright, we've got a printable... What do we got? Construction, strength, starry-eyed, ludd-eyed, squeamish. Decreased machinery, no. Shabby dresser, nah. No, we'll just take the Joya seeds. I'm not particularly looking for another dupe at the moment. We've got a pretty solid team here. We kind of need our second cook to come online, I'm not going to lie. It looks like we've got 5,000 kcal of meal ice and another 4,000 or 3,200 of meat, which hasn't been cooked yet. I mean, Julie's going to get up and do some work in here in a second, but she's relaxing a little bit over here socially, so gonna need to get her. She's gonna need to get cooking. She is prioritized to cook first and foremost, right? Yeah. And so Gertrude is gonna be on that as well, because that's where her passion lies, correct? I'm not remembering this incorrectly. Right, they are gonna be our second cook. They've got suit wearing and they've got mechatronics engineering. So yeah, having people in mechatronics engineering is not the worst thing in the world. In fact, it's a pretty good bonus. If you have people, one of the things that's never going to go out of style is operating. You're going to be refining, you're going to be tuning oil wells, you're going to be doing all sorts of operating things in general, probably forever. Yeah, this buildup of CO2 is going to cause problems if we don't start mass producing more slicksters just a little quickly over here. What are we up to? We've got 5 critters here. We've got 8 critters here. We've got 1 critter here. These should be full. 7. Okay, so we're not quite where we need to be here. We've got 8. We've got 4. So one of these aged out and we haven't replaced it yet. This place is filling. This place is filled up. They're going to fill top to bottom because of the distance from all this stuff, but it is what it is. Right. I was changing the size and shape of this whole thing because... We'll put that right there. We'll deconstruct this. Alright, we're going to empty that. We're also going to move... I guess we'll just move this stuff over here. We'll wind up having to mop stuff up, right? But it is what it is. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the way this is laid out right now, but it is going to serve the purposes we need it to serve. So we'll get that going. Pips are doing good. Bristleberries are growing in. We're shaving our Drecos over here. I can't believe the whole time we've been playing, this has been our Dreco ranch. This is an absolute freaking sloptacular situation over here. And we just kind of walled out the cold that's coming in from space. We really haven't done anything over here to temperature regulate or anything, so it is what it is, but it seems to be working. We'll deal with that later as it comes. We are producing substantially more pickled meal than we need to. I know I keep bringing the pickled meal on, or the meal ice on and offline. I just keep going back and forth because we're not fully switched over to barbecue just yet. So we'll take a few offline, see how the calories do. Right now, I'm not overly worried about about using things. When you don't have a deep freeze, even pickled meal will spoil eventually. It lasts a long time compared to other foods, but it will eventually spoil. So I don't like to overproduce until I have a freezer. Once I have a deep freeze, there's no real problem in my mind with any of it because... Once you have a deep freeze, you could cook all of the food, like just all of the food, and it stays frozen forever. So you always have access to it, right? And so that 117,000 calories of pickled meal, happy to have it. It's sitting in there frozen, and it's going to stay frozen in there as long as we need it to be. So as we try to gradually switch over to barbecue, which we've got 12,000 calories of barbecue, we've got 9 dupes, so that's more than a day's food worth of barbecue. Everybody's going to eat good today. Julie is cooking pickled meal over here. We're prioritizing the barbecue grill and putting the pickled meal grill second. That is a good reason to have 2 grills. Yes, we're going to have a situation where we're going to wind up cooking a lot. Like both of these will be running full-time cooking barbecue at a certain point. But until that time, it's good to be able to prioritize your barbecue grill because you can't prioritize specific recipes within it, right? All right, actually, let's not do that. Let's just mop this stuff up, and then we'll put some of this up there as well. Once we get a petroleum blob here and a doorway in here, we can start deleting out this stuff down here, putting in, different situations. In fact, we could actually delete these sections here and start putting in the cross tiles here, because these are outside now. Move you to there. Let's do it at a very high priority because I just want it done. That goes there. And we're going to empty that again. Ultra high priority. Let's get this shit done. Let's get these ranches built out so that I don't have to feel like I screwed up last time again. We'll delete out those tiles. They don't need to be there. I just moved this around because I wanted to move it around because, whatever. Doesn't matter. None of it matters. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Ugh. Done with exercise. Thanks for being great background noise. Of course. Happy I could be of service in any way. Mop that stuff. Then we should be able to deconstruct you and deconstruct you. This ladder can go. Absolutely wonderful. Now, our pump system for carbon dioxide, that becomes a whole thing, right? .6 tons per tile over here of CO2. Excellent. I like that we're banking CO2 rather than destroying it, quite honestly, just because there's always a situation where you might run out of a resource. I know CO2 seems like a waste product, but when you're running a large-scale slickster operation, it's not. It's a resource, you know? Like we were talking about the possibility of venting it into space. And you can vent any gas into space that you need to. But since our plan is to run a large-scale slickster ranch, venting that stuff into space is more... that is a vacuum. That is a vacuum. Door goes there. Excellent. Let's build you at a high priority. We don't want Gertrude coming out here. Although Gertrude shouldn't come outside. She does have operating set as a high priority. But... all that other stuff should just be, like, her main priority. Okay, so now our people can come out down here, no problem. Which means we can delete this, we can delete this. We can actually mop up these little bits here. This is going to end up being that's going to be mesh tiles. We're going to build a door here. No, we're going to build a door here. This door is going to get deconstructed. Those are going to be airflow tiles. So that'll be our way out of the base on this side. Clear up some of that nonsense. Just double check the size of this room. Room is not enclosed. Okay, right. They got to build those tiles. I got to get doing some exercise. I got to be like that guy. Because I have a horrible time not eating. Or 98 tiles. All right, a little bit of wrong math there, but nothing a few. Oh, right. Because we need to take it up with the doors. In fact, that's a little bit too small. So perfect is not the word for that. That's right. Because we need to put in... I mean, we could do a door and an airflow tile, but that does mean that we need to rip out one more tile. What tile do we take out becomes the question. We could knock this tile out. That wouldn't really cause any problems. Is there a more clever way we can do this? I think that's probably our best bet, is to knock that one out. So then we could put down a door here and then an airflow tile on top of it. We knock out that tile. I mean, we could, in theory, knock out like that one. That might be a little safer to do. I think I'd rather knock that one out. Let's knock that guy out. Then we'll go into our planning guy here. We'll do the remove. We don't need any of that because we already built it. Excellent. So then this should now be 97. So as soon as they build that airflow tile, it'll be 96. We need... Oh, wait. Can we put that airflow tile there? We can. We just got to build it like this one. We can't put the sweeper on the right. We'll have to put the sweeper on the left. Okay. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. I do want to get these toilets actually online. So... let's Copy and paste settings here. How is our research coming along? All right, we got to do a bit more, so I don't know, maybe like 20 of these. We've got some extra gas pipes floating around, but that's okay. We might need them for other things. 30 to 45 minutes a day, 5 days a week. Yeah, that's for me, that sounds like so much. I'm like, ugh. When you say those words, I'm just like, ugh, that doesn't sound good at all. Nice, they're taking care of that. Okay, crude is filling up down there. So, gotta switch gears a little bit here and focus on getting this second pump, pumping crude up into this area. Not the hardest thing to do, but also, like I said, we're trying to set up redundancies, and I've already got problems with stuff going on here, so... Not problems, but we've kind of got a little mess of nonsense going on. I think... Yeah, we're burning off all this water. We do not have to worry about overflowing the water here. Sometimes can feel like a lot, but honestly, I've gotten used to it now. Before I know it, I'm halfway done. Yeah, I know everybody says stuff like that. For me, I'm just like... God, it's just so much for me. I don't know why me and exercise just don't get along. So the healthiest I've ever been is when I lived back home in the middle of nowhere. And the reason I was healthy, as far as exercise goes, my brother and I used to chop wood. Like, that's what we'd do. We'd get up, we'd have our coffee, we'd hang out, and the both of us really enjoyed chopping and stacking wood. That was our whole jam. And I've never found anything other than that really grabs me as far as, like, exercise I enjoy doing. So that's kind of been my situation as far as all that goes, is like, I just don't have anything that... Every time I try to work out like normal people work out, it doesn't stick. And I know it's kind of like an excuse at that point, but if you can't get something to stick, it's not gonna work for you. And so I've tried doing a few things, and none of it really works. Okay, hang on a second here. So I need to reconfigure this whole system a little bit, right? So this second one's coming over here. This should... Oh, God. Gotta do what's best for you. I just recently adopted the habit, trying to be a little better every day. Yeah, I'd like to be better about it. I'm just not there yet. I've tried to force myself many times, and I can't seem to force myself, so... Alright, I'm going to take a quick restroom break, because this requires brain power that's being taken up by the thought that I have to use the restroom. So I'm going to quickly put up the links to Bobby's music. He does the music for my channel, so if you enjoy the Starting Soon or Be Right Back music, please click over, show him some love, and we'll get this sorted. I just gotta... I'm trying to not delete all the pipes to put the pipes back in, but that might just end up being what we'll do. We'll figure it out in a second. I'll see everybody in a minute. Okay, I'm back. I did a little thinking while I was gone, and I think I've got an idea how I want to do this. This line, though, we've got to drop it down by one tile. What we're going to do, we're going to basically put this same setup below it, and then it's going to go over and jump over with a bridge and then link up to this. So, because this should always be petroleum going into here, right? So we're basically going to have this come over here and down to there, and then we have a bridge that's going to jump over like that. And so that's going to go. Then we're going to do the same thing on this side. This is going to go... Not the... Okay, so that's going to go there. That's going to get deleted. Yeah. Okay, let's roll with that for now. A lot of changes and adjustments are going to happen to this system. This is... That'll be there, but this thing needs to get moved down to here. Like that. That gets snipped, and this gets destroyed. Excellent. This is also going to run through here. We're going to delete this bridge because we don't need it there anymore. Let's put that at a higher priority, so our person right here just knocks that out real quick. There we go, there we go. We could afford that slowdown because we're going to bring a second pipe in here. The idea is being that we can't afford to have this build up indefinitely. The idea is that we want this to always stay below this level. If it starts filling up, our slicksters start to drown, which is something we can't have happen. Our base is very reliant upon slicksters being our main situation. So let's make sure we take good care of our little carpeted friends over here. What we can do to make this a little easier is we can put a tile. We can put that there, and we can put this there. So we're gonna have to delete these two ladders, but we still want to give them access to get up and build anything we need to above these. This is going to get duplicated down here. This is going to get duplicated down here. We need to grab ourselves an automation wire. These are going to go straight over to the side here. That's going to go like that. Then as far as pipes go, this is going to have to overflow in a different direction. Same thing with this. So that's going to be a thing there. That's going to overflow. So that's actually going to overflow down through there. We're not going to use this for what it was intended for. We're instead going to bring that like that. We'll leave that as is until they build those pipes. Then we can kind of hot swap that around a little bit. Okay. And our little carpeted friends are going to just be doing work for us. Yeah. And basically, like, this is the whole gist of the game for me, is, like, you're just kind of chasing... You're chasing... I don't want to say you're chasing your tail, because that's, like, you know, that's like a pointless thing. You're building a system, and then you're chasing the problem, so to speak, right? Like... You want to make sure that you're sorting out the things that need to get done as they need to get done. This is going to overflow to there. That is going to overflow. That's going to overflow to there. And then this is going to overflow like that. That goes like this. We snip that. And that should be good. We'll keep an eye on the whole thing. That's going to go into place there. Pipe's going to overflow there. And then power is just going to be like that. Now maybe at some point we'll adjust these pipes so they're not as zigzaggy. I mean, we've kind of got them up, over, up, over, up, over. Maybe we'll mess with that at one point. I don't really care right now. This whole area is going to need work as we go. So the basic idea is that below this line, this is all ranch. Like, these are the egg things, and these are ranches, these are ranches. So we've got a whole self-contained ranch thing going on here. When we do eventually upscale and get even more going, that's going to bring other situations into play. But for now, this is a nice contained system, and I'm happy with it. We have access that we need to get over here. We'll change that access most likely eventually. But for now, I think everything's going to be solid. Once this is in place, we'll be pumping multiple things up. The reason I'm bridging this over here is that this needs to see an input after it. And if we just have these try to link together, they're going to see two inputs, and anything coming out of here is going to actually try to go back to this one, and it'll break our whole overflow system, which, you know, we're trying to avoid. The overflow system is there so we don't have to worry too much, and we can deal with things as they happen. Already, it's not an optimal solution. In theory, we could just overflow any liquid in here and just cram extra liquids in here, but then we have to deal with sorting them eventually anyway. So right now, we're overflowing anything that's not crude or petroleum to drop down into here. Now, that's not a foolproof thing, but provided we do everything stable enough, we should never get to the point where these things are pumping anything other than crude or petroleum. Quite frankly, the petroleum might end up sitting on top anyway, so who knows. And I don't mind having these linked together because it's the opposite of what I was talking about over here. These are two outputs with a single input. So whatever this outputs petroleum or this outputs petroleum, they're just going to combine and go up here. Now, if we're ever outputting more than a full pipe of petroleum, this will become a problem. But I can't, for the life of me, believe that we're going to have enough molten slicksters that we're going to be pumping 2 full pipes worth of petroleum. I mean, those are problems that are good to have. If that does become the case, we'll make adjustments to the situation. You know, we're not going to... This space is more or less what it's going to be. There's a lot of work to get done in this space, but we're kind of leaving this as like the middle ground to like have elbow room for both the sauna stuff and the Slickster Ranch stuff. As I said, eventually we want to open this up and turn this into a full-on steam room. But for the moment, that's not the case. We need to get all of this natural gas and stuff out of here as well. You'll notice there's some polluted oxygen. We really should do something about that polluted oxygen. Since we've almost pulled all of the natural gas out, we're more or less just pumping extra carbon dioxide into storage at the moment until we get enough slicksters to eat all of it. Which is going to take a little time, but... you know, it is what it is. It's not a big concern. We'll get it sorted. Okay, so that's all mopped up. We're still on buildings, so we're going to delete those buildings. We're actually even going to delete those. We don't need that in here anymore. I don't want to go nuts on bringing these ranches online because all that stuff needs to be made out of steel. I just wanted to make sure we had the space for them sorted out because we had to do that little bit of math to make sure these things were the right size and shape. So that gives us what we need. Like I said, eventually what we'll probably end up doing is putting an access point outside over here to get down to whatever ranches we put over here, if and when the time comes that we do that. There's also a bunch of gases over here that we're going to have to deal with. There's a whole bunch of chlorine and some hydrogen and stuff like that. We don't want that to exist because this is still technically part of over here. And we don't want any of this hydrogen or... chlorine or oxygen or polluted oxygen to kind of float its way around up to here and be clogging our eventual steam room. I say eventual. I'm a big fan of industrial saunas, but they are a lot more work than doing what we're currently doing. Right now, we're just running a cooling loop to cool this stuff, and we're dumping the heat back in here to delete it. We're basically using power to delete heat to create power. So still a net negative process, I do believe. I mean, we have to have the aqua tuner moving the heat around. And that's the reason you want to switch over to an industrial sauna in theory, right? The heat that these are producing, why do we need to use this power to move that heat into this steam room when we could just open up this steam room and have these cooking the ambient atmosphere around them? The answer is it's easier to set up. Jesus. I'm going to lose my voice over here, guys. I'm absolutely going to lose my voice. Hydrate. I can hydrate. That'll probably help. I feel... I feel like I've gotten a lot better at filling space as far as... Like, I've gotten a lot better at talking continually on streams. You know, practice makes perfect and all that good stuff. So... Okay, I gotta see... Oh. Right. This is not quite correct yet. This actually needs to move over by 1, so let's sort that. So that moves over there. And that comes down there. That needs to be what that is, because this can't be here. We need a thing going up for that to work. Right, because this is then going to overflow down to there, is the plan. Okay. That gets snipped. That gets put there. Okay. That's our jam. Our killer jam. Okay. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. We just want to make sure we're actually getting the stuff where it needs to go. So this is going to come over. And then this is going to go up to go in there. It doesn't need to join with this one. This one is always going to be a full pipe. This one, well, maybe not always, because we're going to have the 2 pumps pumping. Yeah, we could delete out this system. This system's unnecessary and a waste of materials, but let's not get too worried about breaking down stuff that's not necessary. If it was in the way, let me just make sure all of these pipes are properly snipped before we do things. That looks good. Can they get to that pipe? Killer is working on doing that right now. As soon as that's built, we can connect up this other pipe of crude here. Our power distribution is a little odd, so we got to work on that. What this does is also creates an awkward situation as far as getting additional crude out of here, but it's going to be quite some time before we're going to have to worry about that. Realistically, if we were to want to pull crude out of there, we'd want to bring it over here to the petroleum boiler here that we would set up as our second one, so we could easily just kind of like jump over there and then just bloop, come across. So I think right now we're ready to plug in this second pump. I'd kind of like to get in here and put in a hydro sensor just to tell this to like shut off this second pump if it gets below a certain point. Just because we don't really need both of those pumps running full time. But for now, let's take a look at this. We'll do that as soon as we see if this system is properly working. Yeah, this is good stuff. This is good stuff. I'm liking it. My voice is not liking it. I think my voice is like, hey, dude, you're running your mouth for a minimum 6 hours straight, 6 days a week. You know, you need to suck on a lozenge every once in a while if you're gonna do that. And I'm over here like, nah, body. You get more coffee is what you get. So you guys telling me to hydrate's been helpful. I'm gonna grab a sip of water after I finish this cup of coffee right here. All right, we're watching this. It should overflow. It's not overflowing. Why is this not overflowing? Okay, one of those pipes wasn't connected. That's why we do it the way we do it. And that is dumping crude into there. Perfect. Okay. So, like I said, I think we should come down here and put in a hydro sensor. It means this ranch is going to get broken for a hot second, but I don't think I'm overly worried about that. So let's talk about how we want to get that done. What I'm thinking, one of these should always be pumping, But the other one should only kick on when it needs to get stuff out of here. So we're going to need to break in here, make a few changes, and then break back out. We could... I think we're just going to come in through here. We might even just leave a couple of ladder segments in there. What we're going to do is we'll grab automation, we'll go to hydro sensor. Again, as long as it's not going to melt, we can use lead. Lead melts at... I don't even remember. It doesn't matter. This doesn't have an overheat sensor. We're going to put this... Say we put this here. We'll put a ladder segment there so they can actually get in and out. Right, put that there. We'll break out this tile. And then we're going to have to break out these two tiles. Again, this is going to break the ranch temporarily, but I think this is a good thing to keep ourselves in check. More about managing the flow of liquids through the pipes than it is about... I'd rather have this thing shut off from a hydro sensor than deal with it. I can't seem to finish words, but that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I don't need to finish words. We just need to get things done. Did that not drop materials? Oh, it fell over here. It's not too bad, actually. So yeah, this ranch is technically broken right now, but it's only going to be broken for a couple of minutes while we install that sensor. Sensor is built, actually, so if it's above 500 kilos, send a green signal. So it is sending a green signal. Yeah, that's pumping down. That's good. So once we get the rest of this built, we'll button it back up. It'll be back to the right size for a ranch, and we'll move right along with our day. How are we doing over here? 100 kilo... Wait. Okay, so we're moving in the right direction over here. After we finish this little project down here, we'll come up, we'll get our bathrooms working over here so that we can decommission these old ones. Then we'll come over here, put in a pump up here so that we have redundancy for all of this, because this thing's going to eventually come back online. We need to do some work before that happens. 45 cycles, so not today, realistically. I play at a 1, but I try to keep everybody busy, so I keep the dupes working while I'm doing other stuff. What do we need to do to get water into this system up here? We could probably rob a little bit of water off of the cooling loop, realistically. To get the system jump-started, because we are adding water back to it over here. How much water do we have extra in this loop? The barrel for this is here. 747 of 5 kilos of 5 tons. Okay, so I'd still like to get a little bit more water on the line. I don't want to rob water off of it. We could always add water back to it, but this system over here is already really complicated. Maybe we can snag some water from somewhere else. I mean, we only need a little bit to get it going. You know what? You know what? Yeah, we can do some shenanigans. We need maybe what, like 60 kilos or something like that. 10, 20, 30, 40, 80. Yeah, maybe like 300 kilos will be plenty to get us started. I mean, we could get it going even slower than that if, doesn't really matter too much, right? So, all right, back to what we were doing. This should already be working. This is set to send a green signal if above 500 kilos. No, below. So this is above. So that should switch to green. Excellent.
Then what we're going to do is break that back in. We want to get this copper ore out of here because we're going to put the brick back in there. Let's do this at a high priority, at a 7. We'll just micro this project down here, and then we'll get back to the other projects up at the base. We've got slicksters drowning in here, which is good. These are not powered, so we're basically just reserving eggs for the ranches so that the rest of them can actually die. We've got 63 larva eggs. You'll notice that one drowned and turned into meat. So, you know, we're evolving our slicksters from living creatures to meat. Looks like we got the debris out of there, so we can actually boop that down right there. And now this pump should only turn on when we have excess crude to pump, which is going to be quite frequently, but, you know, we'll save a little bit of pump time. Stretch. Thank you, Julie. Oh, snap, crackle, pop. Oh, can I get a new spine? Oh, my God. There we go. Oh, there we go. Let's drink some water. Excellent, excellent. We're up to 16,000 barbecue and storage, which is not much. It's basically a little less than 2 days of food. Does look like we have some meat that's being cooked, though. Maybe. Yeah, we gotta automate some of these systems, but again, all the automation that takes place down here is all going to have to be out of steel because of the temperatures we're dealing with. Yeah, so right now we've got 2 full pipes coming up here, but as this empties out a little bit, this one will flicker on and off, and it won't be nearly as intense. The cool thing about this system is that if a little bit of petroleum does wind up going into the snake up here, it's not going to break the system. It's just going to automatically re-backflow. It'll be a little inefficient with our heat, but, you know, the things we do, right? Like I said, I do want to sort out what to do with this polluted oxygen. The thing is we're not gonna get away from it until we're actually boiling it off, because it's gonna continue to off gas down here. How are we doing on our mini pump? 14 out of 20. This thing is at 14 rad bolts. This still has 3 to go. I'm gonna go with like that many more, maybe. And what we'll do is we'll queue that up so that if we wind up with extra rad bolts, they just wind up going into here, so we don't actually waste them. And I gotta get rid of this water. I mean, in theory, we could use that water to get our toilet system jump-started, but it would require us to get a pump in there. There's only 1 layer of water, so we can actually crack in right here. We can't mop that. How difficult would it be? It would be a pain in the ass. I mean, we could theoretically just add that to our cooling loop a little at a time. Got another printable coming in. Choose a blueprint. Ooh, snazzy suit. Anybody worth looking at? I mean, Lindsay's a rancher as well, but only has 1 passion. We already have 2 ranchers. One of them is probably doing other stuff. Yeah, let's just take the suit, get everybody dressing nice and sharp. I appreciate you guys all hanging out for all of this crazy nonsense that we do here on the stream. I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday, for anybody out there who's not sure what's going on as far as schedule. On Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we're doing RimWorld. Currently, we're doing a Sea Ice playthrough challenge. Yesterday, we lost our original colonist, but we still have 3 more that are pretty good. I'm honestly a little concerned about that playthrough, given that we lost Tom. Looking back, there's probably a way I could have saved him. No, not really. He was dying too fast. I should have prepared better. What I should have done is sent the colonists out to deal with the mech cluster and then gone off map to go deal with the food problem, but they were both a little bit tight as far as time constraints. Your 6 days a week is hard for me to keep up my streak going. I was unable to stop by Saturday. Aw, I'm sorry, Zed. Maybe write a script that has your that opens up a window and goes over to my page for my for my schedule. You know, if it's that important to keep up the streak, you know, I'm just, look, Zed, you cheat all you want. If it's getting me extra views and keeping your streak up, making you happy, you do all the cheating you want. In a world full of cheaters, if you're playing by the rules, you're behind. Okay, I'm a little backwards now. Okay, what are the projects? I said we were going to go up and get our redundancy sorted up here, right? Right. So... Huh. Can we build that there? I don't think we actually can. Unreachable build, right. Alright. If we snip this, can we build that? Yes, we can. Okay, so that's going to be how we deal with that. We'll repurpose this pipe for now. And instead of bringing stuff up there, it's going to bring stuff down, because we got to make sure that we don't screw up our oxygen generation. I want to make sure that we don't cause problems here. So how hot is this water? 74 degrees. So... this is the big thing about this planet, right? Without having gold amalgam, it's forcing us into a situation where we're consistently having to use steel. And that really does become the issue with all of this, is that basically, like, even our temporary systems have to be built out of steel. This pump's not going to stay here, but if it's not built out of steel, it's going to... Quick sit rep, what did I miss? And cooling shit constantly. What did you miss? I took a little break. Finished my coffee. I think there's a couple of sips in the pot out there, but I'm not going to go and grab that. We slapped in a hydro sensor down here for this second pump, because we're officially dumping more oil down to the bottom of the map than we're sucking up with a single pump. Set up a little filtration system here, just in case other liquids get in, exactly like the one we had on the other bit. We have an overflow in case any other liquids besides petroleum and crude get in there. Again, same thing here, it's just the overflows match up and go into this temporary tank just in cases. We finished breaking this down over here so that our dupes... so that we can put 2 more ranches in. Good. And we were talking about... we're getting this set up because we're going to want to break into here sooner rather than later. I'm hoping we can get it done before this thing comes online. I just feel like we're not necessarily... I'm half tempted to just start pumping liquid out of there. I might do that. I might do that to speed this process along. Rather than have this pump into our system here, I might have it empty the infinite storage up to here. AETN somewhere? AETN. I used to know what that abbreviation meant. What does that abbreviation mean? Oh, I know what you're talking about. The things that eat hydrogen and produce cool, right? And anti-entropy thermal nullifier. Yep. We do not have one on this planet. Don't know about the second planet. Honestly, I find them pretty useless once you get to steam turbine aquatuner setups. It's just so much more efficient. hydrogen doesn't hold nearly the mass that water does, so it's so much easier to cool a system. I was using anti-entropy thermal nullifiers on a previous playthrough. I wound up having to run the cooling loop through 3 of them to get the same amount of cooling I was getting using a single steam turbine aqua sooner setup. It was just a necessary evil on that playthrough because I didn't have access to the materials I needed. Not a fan of them in general. They're great early game, but I think long term, once you get to steel and plastic, you're much better off just using steam turbines and aqua tuners for that. Okay, so that's all running good. All right, let's take a quick pause on this, right? So now we've got the water pumping back in and going here. So if we want to, and I think I do, I think I would like to rush this project along a little bit. I think what we do is we snip that. We allow the water from up there to be prioritized, and then this pump is just going to take the water up, and it's going to link up with this guy. That way we can kind of speed up our project down here. What's the minimum temp of petroleum oil you could use that to pull cold from an AETN? Not following. You mean the freeze point and the boiling point on petroleum or crude? That I can look up. Boiling point is 399, freeze point is -40 on crude. Petroleum boils at 538.9 and freezes at -57. The anti-entropy thermal nullifier can get flooded, is the thing, right? So if that thing gets flooded, then it's not producing, it stops producing cold. At least I'm pretty sure it can get flooded. Just checking to make sure this system works with partial pipes. It does work with partial pipes. Excellent. I don't want stuff coming back into here. Okay. So we're getting this system sorted out. I know this is a mess right here, but that's the whole reason I'm doing what I'm doing right now. I want to clean this mess up. We need more space and another pump in our infinite liquid storage so that we can get stuff in and out. It's an absolute... This is just an absolute nightmare in here. So I'm trying to get the water out of our infinite liquid storage and moved up into here so that we can then reconfigure this place a little bit. Get this working a little nicer. We have more water than I expected to work with. I didn't think we would need more space than that, but looks like we do. Lava seems to be filling up nicely. Jonathan has got 55 more cycles before it goes dormant. That little obsidian in there is going to drive me absolutely fucking nuts until we deal with it, but for now it's going to stay in there. I might stay in there forever. I don't know. I might try to move it at one point, but it's a dodgy operation, so... Okay. Now the danger over here is I've got these running off of... We got to keep an eye on this because I've got this pump running flat out now, just moving water out, so... Because my thought process is, if you had one, just cool the oil, petroleum, whichever has a lower freeze point, and use that to cool certain things if need be, like specifically cool, not heat, delete. Okay, so the anti-entropy thermal nullifier cools the surrounding air. So you'd have to have something holding the cool, right? So to get the cool into the petroleum, the atmosphere around the thermonullifier would have to be injecting cold into that petroleum somehow. So what you could do is build a box around the anti-entropy thermal nullifier, fill that box full of hydrogen. In fact, you could overpressurize it with hydrogen to get the most out of the cooling, which is probably the best way to use one of those. So you basically have a box full of hydrogen, like completely overpressured. You know, just dump like 10 kilos of tile, 20 kilos of tile worth of hydrogen in there. And then that would have a metal tile going into a chill tank, which you would want to set up some sort of thermal injector setup into to regulate the chill tank, and then you run your pipes through that. Or you could just run it through metal tiles, basically, and then do some sort of liquid shutoff. There are ways to use it, but the amount of hydrogen that it burns off is to create that chill. You have to create that hydrogen from somewhere. So creating that hydrogen becomes the problem, because how much hydrogen, the overflow hydrogen from a self-powered oxygen machine is really not going to be enough to keep that thing running at a decent enough clip to make it happen. If you've got enough stuff going on that you can produce that much extra hydrogen, chances are you've got better ways of cooling / deleting heat. I just don't find them useful. I'd be interested to see if someone posts, like, wants to post up in the community channel a good build for one. But so far I haven't run into any situation where they've been more efficient or useful, other than, like I said, early game, if you don't have access to other stuff, you can keep a few things you need reasonably chill. It's more about the storing and distribution of the chill, or whatever, however you want to look at it. Like, anyway, getting ahead / behind myself over here. Let's take a quick pause because I'm already, like, distracted as per usual. We need to get the new toilet system online, and that new toilet system, really don't have much near it other than our cooling loop. Could run water from over here. Just feel like that's just like a waste of time. I almost feel like we might as well just steal a little bit off of our loop real quick. Like, all right, let's say we snip that, and then just for a hot second, we're gonna do this, right? And we're gonna steal just like a little pipe length of it. Our loop can handle it. We've got a buffer tank over here, so if we divert a little bit of water over here, it's not going to be the end of the world. That should be enough to get the toilets up and running. It becomes a liquid positive process. So that should sort us out. Let's just make sure it flows through properly. Honestly, that's probably plenty to get that going, so let's just reconnect that like that. Should flow through, prioritize the toilets. Our priority is working correctly. I just want to see, I would like it to back up to about here before we swap over the toilet system entirely, because it's important that we don't swap over the toilets in a way that causes the dupes to have problems getting the facilities they need, right? And that mini pump is almost researched, so okay, so that's plenty to get those going. We don't need to run power to it. That goes back. That should be okay. Everything over here has power. Everything over here seems to have power, other than this thing. This thing doesn't really need power, but we'll dot build that for now. And that seems to be all right. So, huh. Just make sure. I don't want to flip anything. I don't want to flip-flop anything until it's ready, right? 235,000, 20K in barbecue. Yes, we're heading in the right direction. 151,000 in pickled meal is not what I'd like to have going on, but you know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Let's uproot these guys down here. Right. Don't need these. We can uproot these. I think we're good to break down these toilets over here. So how do I want to do that? I don't necessarily want to deconstruct the toilets themselves. We can break these here. I'd like to pull the water off the line. What we can do is just snip these out, right? Then once these are finished... You know what? We could just plumb the pipes, right? Yeah. Let's get our plumber over here. Let's just plumb these pipes. I always forget about plumbing. For some reason, I always forget about plumbing. This thing shouldn't have anything in it. Sand, polluted dirt, a little bit of polluted water that it's not pushing out. Don't know. Why are you not processing? 2.8 grams. Reading the wiki, using methane in the pipes and with a heat injector, as you said, you can have a nice and cool 170°C cooling fluid because methane freezes at negative 180 and below. I'm not saying it's not worth messing with, but if you don't have one, you don't have one. You know what I mean? And we definitely do not have one. So, you know what? I keep waffling over here. That's got 10 kilos of water in it. Right. Is only negative 173. Nice. Yeah, they're useful tools early game. I just don't think they scale well with long-term bases. I like to use as much as I can with everything, but like I said, once you get to the point where you have enough extra hydrogen to actually keep it running. So you got to remember it needs hydrogen as fuel. It's not just free cool. You have to pump hydrogen into it. So your extra hydrogen is often going to come from having leftover from your spawn. So it doesn't use a lot of it, but it does use some. So you got to make sure that you have enough hydrogen to keep it running. That's the only caveat with those things, right? We're gonna go with water, no auto bottling, and we're just gonna allow all to go in there. Also, do these pipes have anything? They do not. Do we have anything inside of these? So let's empty storage, and there is nothing in that one already. Okay, fantastic. What I'd like to do here is that since there's water in these pipes, I'd like to backflow this whole thing. I'm going to let the dupes... Can we empty the storage on these? 5 kilos of water. Alright, research is complete. That's our gas pump that we need. So, mini gas pump. We're going to put that in down here. Missing research station. Yeah, I know. Let's not research that. You can dump any extra into that for now. Let's put that in there. Let's get a little bit of power over to it. That wire, a power wire is going to wind up getting stuck in there, but we need a power wire for our... So that's going to go like that. Actually, let's not, because I kind of need that water for up here. So let's not put all that water in there, because that'll just be very convenient at that point. Then let's take a gas pipe. We're going to use a high-pressure gas vent for this situation, because that will be fine for our purposes. We're going to put that there. We're not going to have power come to it right off the bat, because we don't want to... have it pump the gases out just yet. Right, we want to build this stuff, put these tiles here, put the mesh tiles there. Oxygen-wise, let's grab a deodorizer. Again, doesn't matter what we build these out of, but we're going to put those there. How do you make a cooling loop anyways without access to steam turbines? Easiest answer to that is whatever cooling loop you're going to do without access to steam turbines is a temporary cooling loop, right? So that temporary cooling loop just needs to dump heat into a mass of liquid. If you've got a large tank of water or you have a large tank of crude, you can stick an aqua tuner in there and it'll just dump heat into it. So that boiling point of 400 degrees, an aqua tuner made out of steel overheats at 325 degrees. So you can just nonstop dump heat into crude or petroleum like until you hit 325 degrees and overheat your aqua tuner. A lot of times what I do early base wise is I stick an aqua tuner in a closed chamber with a pump and use that for steam rockets, and then I inject more liquid in there and turn it to steam, fuel the steam rockets, launch the steam rockets, and then you're basically, you're sending water into that situation, so it's not like it's definitely a water negative process at that point. But all in all, it should work just fine. We're gonna have to do some deconstruction over here, so I'm just gonna have to get over myself. Oh no, wait. Yeah, they're still using those toilets. Actually, yeah, let's just deconstruct that. Now, how much is in there? None. So now that there's none, we can deconstruct that. This one has 5 kilos. So we're just going to let them use the water that's in these and then gradually deconstruct them. 10 kilos, 10 kilos, 10 kilos. It's 5 kilos per use. I mean, getting to a cooling loop or temperature regulation loop, if you want to look at it that way, is always one of the big goals of any run. The three things you want to get to are sustainable water for air, sustainable cooling to keep your crops alive, and sustainable food. Well, hold on. It's food, air, and cool. Those are your things. You want food, air, and cooling. So, and they're all dependent on each other as well, so. I keep looking at this volcano tank and I'm like, we're definitely got more lava than when we started. I get nervous about dormancy stuff, Normally I'd like a larger tank, but this should serve our purposes just fine. That door is in such an awkward place. I might have to change a few things about that, but so in theory, in practice, I'd suck heat up water to steam if you got access to water ad nauseum and just dump the excess steam into space till you get turbines. I mean, you could do that. The other options are like, do you have a cold biome on your planet? If you're playing with a cold biome on your planet, then it's just a matter of moving the liquid around. You could literally put a radiant pipe setup where it just loops through the cooling biome, and then it'll even out the temperature. Now with that, you run the risk of making things too cold, so you might want to set up some sort of thermosensor that stops the loop from looping back into your base. You have to worry about stuff freezing in pipes, but yeah, it's you deal with a lot of inefficiencies early on. In general, what I like to do is race to insulated tiles and wall in my starting biome and put as little heat in there as possible. And at that point, we're pushing to steam turbines and aqua tuners. You can get to aqua tuners first because you don't need rad bolt research for that. So you get to the aqua tuner, dump that in your, like, a lot of times what I'll wind up doing is I'll collect all the water that's on the map and I'll pump that into a smithy and then, or a refinery, and that refinery will then output to a hot tank. And in one of those tanks, usually the hot tank, I'll also put an aqua tuner. If you want to, you can put it on an ore gate so that there's a thermosensor in the water. Like, hey, if the water is above like 80 degrees, don't use the aqua tuner, because you're basically just trying to buy yourself time until you get to a method of heat deletion. There are other methods of heat deletion that are pretty insane if you search up on the internet. You can even use an aqua tuner made out of ore in an ethanol steam room because ethanol loses and gains back mass. Like, vaporized ethanol is a lot less mass. So, like, you're injecting heat into the liquid ethanol. It boils. Because the mass gets lower when it's a gas, that heat gets deleted. You have enough of the chill recycling from the aqua tuner to then chill your base, and then re-chill the ethanol back down to a liquid. The liquid drops, flashes, and it does this cycling thing. G'day, Joker. How you doing? I mean, I've used brine as my coolant. Yeah, you can use anything in your pipes as coolant. Early game, realistically, your best coolant is polluted water. We're running a normal water cooling loop. It's not without its issues. Polluted water freezes and boils at higher and lower temperatures, respectively. Doing good, doing good. We've made some nice little adjustments, expanded a few systems. We're in the process of swapping our toilets over to the new toilets. Just trying to make sure I don't spill everything everywhere. No contents to you. You can get deleted. You're still at 5 kilos. 10. I'm about to just, like, let this be. We're gonna deconstruct this. Let's just add this water to our cooling loop. Yeah, it's time to get a little, brazen. If we spill water, we'll do a little mop. So, what do we got as far as... Yeah. So, let's just do this. We're going to put a little lip there. We're going to put a little lip there. And then we'll deconstruct these things and mop up whatever comes down. This guy can get taken apart. Having a cold biome where I had brine was awesome. Yeah, cold biomes, if you can get a cold biome on your map, it's awesome. This didn't have a cold biome, so it wound up becoming a whole different hustle. But I think all in all, there's always a way to get there. The map, absolutely frigid as fuck. Yeah, it's... I used to make really good use of my cold biomes when I played on maps that had them. Not that I'm specifically not playing on maps that have cold biomes. I'm very happy to play on a map with cold biomes, but I'm trying to get away from super early map, like super beginner type maps, and I don't like going to ones that are just... We're going for a cozy vibe. I want something in between. I like the Desoland start. You know, you don't have a cold biome and you don't have access to gold amalgam, so those are the challenges on this planetoid. 3.2. I started on a flipped asteroid without using teleporters. I don't have any water. That's why I'm using ice at the moment. Soon I'll run out. Yeah, Julie did the same thing, Joker. Julie was running her planet mostly off of ice. In those situations, it really does boil down to you got to be really selective about when you take on your dupes. You got to keep your team super small until you can get off planet and establish some sort of connection. And I only have 5 dupes. It's going faster than I thought. Yeah, they'll consume water pretty fast. I mean, a single electrolyzer will support up to 8 dupes, right? And it needs a kilo a second. So you need 1 kilo a second to supply 8 dupes with air. One thing I found, Joker, and this changed my whole life, if you're using a water cooler to get the Great Hall bonus up here, just deactivate the water cooler. These things don't need to be active to give you the room bonus. This thing is deactivated. Yeah, research takes a lot. So I deactivate this, then they don't drink water. Then you don't actually have to worry about them getting food poisoning by drinking water. Like, if you deactivate this and then overflow your clean water to a water tank for research, then they can use the germy clean water to do it. Or switch to Brackine. Yeah, if you have Brackine, you could do that. Absolutely. Hi, Julie. Yeah. Everything takes a while. And I think that's one of the reasons why... So, I think most people who play these games tend to enjoy... I'm going to deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. Although... How are we on dirt? 10.5 tons. We really need to be switched over right now. Oh my god. Okay, so let's slap one of these down here. This will be our new location for that. We'll build that over there. Won't allow access up and down there. This thing can go like that, and we can get mesh tiles in here also. I think we're getting to the point where we don't have to be doing any pickled meal anymore. We are very, very close. So I'm going to gradually keep spinning these down. Our barbecue seems to be positive, which is good. We just had a while to go. It takes a while for ranch-based food to come online. Funny how in both Ani and RimWorld you can get food poisoning. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities in a lot of these games. And what I was about to say is I think starts tend to be very interesting for people, both players and viewers, because when you're starting in either game, Ani or RimWorld, it's about how to get over those starting problems, right? Like our Sea Ice playthrough, we've been doing an absolute crazy job trying to keep our people happy, keep our wealth down while expanding outward. Like, the whole thing is getting over that hump, right? At a certain point with our Sea Ice playthrough, we're going to have a whole bunch of, a whole bunch of hydroponics. We're going to have thick walls. We're going to have hydroponics. We're going to be yanking steel out of the ground and plasteel out of the ground. And it'll be like running any other colony at that point. So I think with colony builders, the big thing about them is getting over the initial problems with that particular start. And so starts tend to be very popular in games. I'm a big fan of late game stuff, personally. I like doing large projects. I like creating integrated systems. Once I get going on a base, like in Ani, it almost turns into Factorio or Satisfactory, where it's more about building automated systems than it is about actually overcoming adversity. Once you get to a certain point, you've overcome adversity. I mean, theoretically, I could theoretically do a few things, spend like one stream doing a few things, and this place would just be fine running the way it is. But we're building towards a specific goal of having that crazy endgame automation, and then allowing the dupes to just kind of chill. What was the other thing? Oh, the showers. I keep forgetting about the showers. I was going to integrate those up here. I never give my dupes showers, so it doesn't really cross my mind in general. Okay. Alright, we'll burn that bridge later. Speaking of RimWorld, you might want to consider later when you can to capture pigskins in particular. Yeah, pigskins are useful. There's uses for just about every xenotype in that game. Because what I noticed using my pigskin and sanguiphage pigskins are basically utterly busted. They are. They with that robust digestion, it's pretty insane. Barb was actually doing her first 5 starting pawns on a tribal start were all pigskins. She did a cannibal pig run. She eventually wound up taking on other pawns because, can't guarantee all the pigs. And the funny thing is, one of her pigs died, and like 5 minutes later, she had a wild pig walk on that was a cannibal pig. It was hilarious. It was like, and they were like the son or daughter of one of the original pig colonists. So it was a whole fun story that unfolded in that playthrough for her. Okay, I'm just keeping an eye on this because we're running a lot more pig colonists. Yeah, in RimWorld said there are genetics after biotech came out. So one of the vanilla races is called pigskins. They basically, they have the snout nose, the pointy ears, the curled tail, and all of them have positives and negatives. The pigs can digest raw food without getting food poisoning, which is one of their good traits for playing early on, because you can kind of get away with not having to deal with certain things. Mesh tile, let's put you there. And we do need to get a little bit of water in there, so we're going to do that for now. These shine bugs. These shine bugs. I don't want to kill the shine bugs, but they are annoying, and I don't want them to get over near the barracks. So why don't I just finish building these tiles out over here, and then we'll stuff them back down over here again. If you can get to the point of ripping genes out, super late game, it'd be awesome to splice into your original colonists eventually. The rehydrated food, is it good to use? Never used it, Joker. We might use some of it on this playthrough because I'm planning on feeding the rest of the galaxy from our first 2 planets. So we might dehydrate and ship food out. Not sure how all of it works, but you have to rehydrate it to be able to eat it. So it comes down to... For me, I'd rather do a deep freeze setup than deal with dehydrating and rehydrating, but I actually, since I haven't dealt with it much, maybe you can get into dehydration early, and that's a way to preserve food. I don't know how you deal with that whole loop, though, of, like... Deconstruct that. Yeah, and Sparta, in the Sea Ice playthrough, we will be getting into genetics. Well, we're going to have to maintain a lower population than I'm normally used to. When you have like a temperate forest or any tile where you have growing seasons and soil, you can get up to 30 colonists, 40 colonists, and still run the colony. And with all of the optimizations they made to performance, it's actually doable now. So... You know, as far as like your computer not breaking down. Last colony we had 30 colonists and 5 ghouls, and it was running smooth. All right, let's have them pump at a high priority here, just so I can get this done and not forget about it. But since we're going to be maintaining a smaller colony, somewhere between 20 and 24 dupes, somewhere in there, like, what we're going to do is we're going to... how do I put this? We're going to make sure those colonists are way more badass before we engage with endgame, is where I'm trying to go with this. Sorry, I was trying to think about larva eggs and RimWorld at the same time. We're trying to put our wild slicksters over here. Duties, do that at a 7. Put that back on construction, because that's usually what I'm prioritizing. Do we have water in here yet? Not quite yet. You guys need to get moved out of my way, because you will eventually find your way down to a place that will disturb my colonists' sleep. So we're going to move you over there. See, this guy's already trying to get down to the barracks. I swear they try to get down to the barracks. You just only need 1 pig skin. Yeah, I mean, what we're going to wind up doing is trying to get different tribals to come and raid us. We're going to capture pig skins, rip their genes out. We're going to capture impids and rip their genes out. If we can get a high mate on board and pull some of the genes out of them, especially like, and then genies too, like the dead calm gene is phenomenal. You inject that into any colonist and then they can't have violent mood breaks. That is super, super useful for late game, because then you can splice on things like aggressive. It might increase the number of social fights, but, you know, they won't break and, you know, go on a murderous rage. There's plenty of stuff that we can do with genes that's absolutely friggin' broken. So I'd like to definitely start getting into that. I don't think we need a lot of water in here, just enough. Okay, so that's oxygen, not water. Yeah, we need a little bit more water in here. Basically, we want a layer of water. Okay, so we've got a layer of water. I don't think we need any more than that. So, is anybody... No. Okay, no pending deliveries. So this thing is more or less ready to be pumped out. That is set up. Let's grab a little bit of electricity over here. Pump that in. This needs to become vacuum. That pump is going to live in there forever. I'm okay with that. It's just part of the situation. What we're going to do is we're going to pump this out so that there's absolutely nothing in here. Then we're going to snip the pipe, and by the time that should easily finish before we get to the point where it's going to put polluted water in there, because we're going to prioritize over here. You'll notice that we've already got some liquid coming in over here. It's got germs, but again, this is going to be used for our research. I put it back over here for that particular purpose. Since the supercomputer is over here, they can just come over here, grab liquid out of here, and do research rather than having to go somewhere else. We do have a lot of sweep commands down. It unfortunately just takes forever to rip out every gene we want, and I don't think we'll want to have more than 5 to 6 dupes max. Oh, we'll have more than 5 to 6 dupes, Sparta. There's no way I'm going into endgame with 5 or 6 dupes. It's just undoable in my opinion. A full hydroponic setup running rice should support at least 12 colonists. So our goal is to get to about 3 hydroponic setups, get up to about 24, 25 colonists, and have enough stuff to generate drugs and cloth for our projects. But we are going to be running at least 20 colonists by the end of that playthrough. It's going to take a long time. There's just that point of critical mass you have to get to, which is going to take time. It is definitely going to take time. That playthrough is not one that's gonna be a quick in and out, get her done type of situation. All right, so I've deconstructed the old bathroom, put the new one in with the redundant systems. We didn't put in showers, which is whatever it is. We haven't even discovered salt, so I'm way ahead of myself on that bit. These guys would need irrigation. They're the final overflow, though, so that's fine. No, Sparta, not at all. We will get to raid cap on that map. We will be doing full-sized raids on that map. Like, that's not what worries me at all. Yeah, taking on full-size raids doesn't worry me. Especially once we start getting a couple of people going up the royalty chain and getting some SciCasts and some permit call-ins. That's gonna be where we start getting super powerful. What do we want to do for the rest of the stream? We got a couple of hours left here. What is a priority? These ranches aren't full enough that I need to worry too much about them, right? So we got 8 critters, 3 critters. This is set for molten. We've got 4 critters, 9. How did we get 9 in there? That's problematic. That should never happen. One of you needs to move immediately. Let's move you over here. Actually, we are getting to the point where we do need to bring the other ranches online. Okay, let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. We're gonna put that there. Hopefully we have enough steel for this. That one's gonna have to go there instead of the other way around. And that can go there, I suppose. That's all steel. We need to run wires to this situation. Oh, God. Alright, let's just run these straight across like we did with the other ones. There will be plenty of cleanup projects to do later. And... so, the thing about raid sizes in RimWorld, right? We're going to have to build a ship, or we're going to have to build a royal bedroom. I think I'd like to do the royalty ending. It's been quite a while since we did the royalty ending, and I think it would be fun to do the royalty ending on a sea ice playthrough. It just seems appropriate, right? So, let's say we do the royalty ending, right? You're going to have to dump all that wealth into building the rooms for the royals. And if we didn't do the royalty ending, we'd have to dump a lot of wealth into actually building a ship. So at that point, it becomes almost impossible to run a small team because you have to have a large enough team to deal with the raid size. If we have 6 dupes, the amount of wealth from a royal bedroom, a throne room, or a ship would make the raids so much bigger than we could handle anyway that it makes sense that we might as well try to push to 20 to 25 dupes, or not dupes, pawns, and then those pawns, at that point, if those pawns are hooked up real good, it's no problem. You get 20 pawns with masterwork assault rifles, a couple of shooting specialists, and the right kind of genetics and bionics, they can take on 200 tribals like nothing, especially if you got a couple of psycasts or like orbital bombardments. You know, Berserk Pulse will take out an entire army of colonists. If we get a couple of vampires in the mix, that would definitely make that a lot easier to deal with too. I'd love to get a vampire who has like Iron-Willed or Sanguine, switch over to having Blood Feeders revered, make them the leader, give them the royal title. If we could get an ascetic vampire, like an ascetic Sanguine or an ascetic Iron-Willed vampire, and make them a royal, God, that would be friggin' absolutely freaking top notch. Normally I'm looking for one that's got natural meditation so we can meditate next to the tree, but we don't have a tree up on the ice sheet, so sea ice, sorry. I always do that. I always call it an ice sheet for some reason. All right. Projects that we need to do. Assuming we get the mission at all. Correct. We can't make assumptions. I mean, you know that line from Fight Club, on a long enough timeline, the survival rate for everyone drops to 0. I feel like you could say something similar about RimWorld. You know, on a long enough timeline, every event is going to trigger in RimWorld. So it really more or less comes down to how long are we in there? Are we ready to go before we get the vampire quest? Or, you know, does it eventually come on board? What are we doing right now? This is still taking time to pump out. It's not going to be too much longer, but probably the rest of stream before we can start breaking in here and dealing with this. We've got the bathrooms moved. We've got our... Ooh, some of this bristleberry's coming online, which is nice. 20,000 calories of barbecue. I think we could probably take our people off of barbecue at this, or off of pickled meal at this point, because we're going to get some gristleberry. We've got our wild barbecue. We've got our ranches coming up to speed pretty solid. Although the new ones we're bringing on are definitely... Okay, let's let them continue building the new ones. I think what our side project is going to be now is actually moving our hatch ranches. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down here and prioritize all this nonsense as a 6. Then we're going to come up here and start working on the hatch ranch, right? What we need to do is set this up properly with automation this time around so that we don't actually have to have the pickup here. So we're going to slap down somewhere an evolution chamber like we have for the slicksters down here, but for the hatches instead. So we're not going to put a pickup in this one. We're just going to slap in a drop-off. One of these. One of those. A couple of these. And then we'll get this thing going. Actually, we'll probably just use an airflow tile there, because I remember this is going to be a little tight on the side over here. You don't even need to use a pump. Why not connect the oil well to an infinite tank? It is. What do you mean, Joker? These 4 oil wells are dumping all of their liquid down here, and then these pumps are sending it to an infinite storage right here. We don't have liquid pumps in here because we don't need them. We would have to have 4 liquid pumps to pump it directly to an infinite storage. So instead of having 4 pumps using power, all of it is using gravity to drop it down and flow through these mesh tiles to this bottom corner. We've got one pump pumping full time and another one only pumping when we get excess. Our excess builds up enough that we need the second one pumping. All of that is coming up through a system here and getting pushed in here. We have it filtering because eventually we'll wind up with some molten slicksters that are going to dump petroleum. So if any petroleum gets in the line, that'll get filtered out and dumped into the infinite petroleum storage here. All of the crude will get dumped in here, and any liquids that might accidentally get in there have an overflow that drops into this tank here. So if we wind up with liquids in here, we can see what liquids they are, figure out what we could do to stop that from happening, and then use this pitcher pump to manually yank them out and put them somewhere, or even just go in there and mop it if need be. We could throw a pump in there, but if we get to the point where we've got wrong liquids overflowing in here to needing a pump, we've failed a little bit. So Oh, my older playthrough, I just let my oil well pour into an infinite tank with 2 gases. Yeah, I mean, we could do that, but I'm trying to actually trap all of the natural gas. So we are pumping the natural gas into an infinite storage of natural gas up here, because we're going to eventually wind up putting in a gas range over here for cooking more high-end food, you know, beyond barbecue. Being that it's a cozy playthrough, the end goal is to make the best quality food and have a badass rec room and automate everything that we can so the dupes are working a minimal amount and have a maximum amount of happiness. That's kind of the goal of this playthrough, theoretically. We do have the DLC coming out in pre-release, so... but also, the reason we want to do it this way is we don't actually have to... The liquid lock itself spills over, and this is automatically cooling the oil wells. The oil coming out of here is at 83 degrees. The oil wells overheat at some high temperature, so the oil comes out at 83 degrees. The heat from the oil well gets dumped in the oil overflows and drops down here. So it's self-cooling. It contains all the natural gas so it doesn't break out, because what we're going to do eventually is get all of the gases cleared out of here, and we're going to layer this as a steam room. Basically, this whole section up here and all of this down here is going to be one big hot room, and this water is going to be boiled off, and this bottom layer here is going to get yanked out. So all the heat from these, all the heat from all of our refinement, all of the heat from any of this stuff is just going to heat this place up even more, and then all of the steam will layer on top of the CO2 and go into the steam turbines. This is one of the reasons that I'm talking about having these filtration systems set up here. We don't want to have to worry about water dropping down. So what we're probably going to end up doing is actually running some sort of system over here. I mean, realistically, we're going to wind up with water dropping down here. I thought about separating these out, maybe putting airflow tiles down here, but airflow tiles are still going to let steam through. I'm still working on noodling around how I want to deal with all of this. Maybe we do something where we cut off, where we separate this and the CO2 is down here and this is the steam room, because it might be a little dangerous to just make this whole thing one big room. It is like a dream of mine, but we may end up like running a tile across here and then just using this upper part as a steam room, but then we will have to pump the carbon dioxide out rather than letting it just fall down. So a lot of things to consider with the way we're working this. But not all of that has to be taken into account right now. We're trying to just kind of noodle around with a few small projects here so we can get ourselves dialed in. My older playthrough, I just let... You know what? We don't actually have to make this a full-size ranch, I just realized. We're not running a ton of hatches. How many hatches are we running? Wait, I have these set up for a 7? I don't know that I want there to be 7 hatches in here. Hatchling I don't want either at all. I know it'll die eventually. Let's just get that out of there. We don't allow links in chat, Joker. We have a lot of spam bots coming in trying to just nail us with links for like, hey, come and get free likes over here. Yeah, no stress, no stress. Nothing against any of our regulars. I trust all of you guys to post stuff that's safe for everybody, but we will sometimes get 4, 5, 6 bots that come in trying to post links, so unfortunately we can't allow links for people. I'm sure there's some stuff I could do to make it like, you know, followers could post links and everything, but, you know, the bots get smarter and smarter. At one point or another, they'll just start whatever. All right, let's say we did want to do a full-size ranch, because apparently Past Nether's doing a full-size ranch. If we go out to 100 tiles, that goes to there. If we deconstruct, so we're going to wind up putting a tile here is what it comes down to, right? So we would build a tile there, and then down here we would have tiles, and then that'd be fine. So I think that's what we're going to do. This will also start allowing us to do a little, like... Let's start trying to work on getting access to this thing. I can't wait for bots to get smart enough that they sub so they can post in my channel. Right? The chlorine is bugging you? Yeah, chlorine bugs me too. We're eventually going to use it, but for now, For now, we're just kind of dealing with it. Let's delete these tiles. Then we're going to dig those tiles. We'll corner build that. Then we can, in theory, put stuff here. How do we want to gain access over here becomes the question, right? So we're going to want to gain access to this, and our duplicate gym is over here. So I guess this is a good little side project. This is going to get our hatch ranch going and figure out how we're going to access our... Dear God, I don't have words. Yeah, I'm a big fan of sorting gas. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Like, this is going to be the hatch ranch. Like, this is going to be the edge of the hatch ranch, right? What we could do is put a tile there, liquid there, put a door here, which is not normally where I put the door. Put a tile there, tile there, tile there, liquid there. We have a vacuum here, and then that allows us access to in here. Yeah, let's do that. Is this bleach stone? This is bleach stone. That's going to drive me nuts. There's going to wind up being a little bit of chlorine in our base. Oh, right. I did not fix... Okay. I'm going in the wrong direction here. We need to get the system in over here that I was talking about. We're not pumping our CO2 out anywhere, so we need to make that a thing. So we're going to come down here. We're going to grab our gas pump. Doesn't matter what it's made out of because this shouldn't be too hot over here. We're going to stick that down there. What we want, deconstruct that, put that there. Okay, so in theory, we're going to wind up putting a sweeper right there, meaning that this tile's where we're going to put a loader. We grab a loader, make it out of copper, why the hell not? Like that. I don't know, I kind of like them oriented like that. I don't know why, just a thing. Power-wise, this is going to wind up going boop. We do need to isolate these from a different power grid. In fact, I think it might be time to try and split this grid a little bit more since we've got this going. Multiple projects at the same time, everybody. Our base is looking a little bit cluttered as far as power goes, so let's bring this over. And let's kind of do this. Actually, we got to build that in a different, in a smarter way. Let's build like this. And that puts the, we'll separate out so the top half of this base, this bit here, will be on this line. We could actually hook it up to this too. This is only pulling 120 watts of power. Yeah, actually, let's do that. We'll still connect up this. We'll build these. They won't be as high a priority. We'll build them. Although that's extra heat. You know what? We won't. We'll build the wire. That's fine. I just wanna separate out the grid a little bit because eventually these are gonna get connected to distribution from over here in our main power brick, but currently they're not, and I don't want to overload things too much. In fact, I might run a separate wire down here. Anyway, all of the projects that we got to get done, right? So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna grab a sweeper. This is so that we can deal with debris being down here. It's not an essential thing, but since we're working down here, why not knock it out, right? What we're going to do is, for now, this is our storage area. Is this going to continue to be our storage area forever? I don't know, but for now it is. Let's run this. Let's run this like that, right? And then basically anything that drops down here, it's going to just dump over here. Because it's going to drive me crazy seeing stuff down here. Then as far as where this is dumping CO2, where do we want to dump the CO2? Sleeping dupes. Somebody's always sleeping. We've got a fully staggered schedule. So if we look over at our schedule, everybody's on a very slightly different schedule. Everybody's got their own schedule. I've been able to run 24 dupes on 3 toilets doing it this way. So the hardest working toilets in the whole galaxy for my dupes. Now, we want to put a gas element sensor, so let's snag one of those bad boys. Gas element sensor. We're going to stick you, I'm going to say right here. That'll do. This will come down and only trigger this pump. Snip that for a second, just so the thing is off first and foremost. Then that does need to dump CO2 somewhere. Where are we going to dump it? Out here. I don't want to do it on this side. It'll get in the way of our pathing a little bit. They're already jumping up and down a little too much. Maybe we just slot it in over here for now. I say that like... Yeah, we'll just slot it in over here. Why not? Let's go like that. Airflow, airflow. We'll move one of those. Those toilets worked harder than a consistently clean public toilet in a year. Yep, 100%. We'll do the overpressured gas vent. Even though we have high pressure gas vents, I do believe we're getting to that point where we might be worried a little bit about the amount of gases we're dealing with. Put that there. What do we got here? 113 grams is not enough. 160 grams. All right, we're going to do our little podium pedestal trick. We're going to slap that down right there. Jonathan is about to erupt in 0.7 cycles. Brave Gamer Cat, raiding in with a party of 6. How are you doing? My little Frosty bot should do a shout out for you. The perfect blend of radio charm and gaming prowess. They're diving into icy depths of Oxygen Not Included's Frosty Planet Pack in open beta, all while radiating beginner's luck and friendly banter. No VODs to binge? No problem. Catch them live and be part of the interactive fun. Schedule's up. Don't miss out on this cool cat's adventure. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Nethercloud. I stream noon to 6. Monday through Saturday. We do Oxygen Not Included on Tuesday and Thursday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is RimWorld days. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. In fact, let me do a quick pause and do a little follow back because I will never remember things. So we click on this. Oh, that brought it up over here. Was meaning to do it in there. Oh, wait. Cancel. Oh, I'm already following you. Hell yeah. I don't remember when I did that, but I did. Fantastic. How is everybody? I'm well, how are you? Oh, you don't have to... No, of course. I always follow people back. I like to keep up with people, make new friends, all that. Guys, definitely go check out Brave Gamer Cat. We are all here for the love and support in this community, so if we can do anything to help out, we will. All right. So anyway, yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, RimWorld. Tuesday, Thursday, Oxygen Not Included, and Saturdays is more or less a wild card day. Lately, we've been playing... Well, we were playing Myst for quite a while. We got up to Myst 4, kind of fell off. Myst 4 was really a disappointment compared to the other 3. I've been told by the Myst people that that's not an uncommon reaction to Myst 4. So what we did is started a Hollow Knight playthrough 2 Saturdays ago. And this previous Saturday, we did a group stream with Squiddy and Killer. On our community Minecraft SMP, we did a little bit of building, and we called it a graffiti stream because there's a metro station going from where Squiddy and some of the other people have their base all the way back to spawn. So we all went in, took a section, did a little bit of a build. My build was more gothic than graffiti, but you know, these are the things we do, right? How are you? I think I asked how you are, but, you know, feel free to tell us about your day, about your schedule, about anything. If you want to let people know when they're streaming and they can catch you, pop that up in chat. You're welcome to do that. We try to keep up with everybody, do what we can. How much more can I split this grid? All right, let's add you there, and then we can snip you there, deconstruct that, bing, bang, boom. Zed, in your stream library, right-click Ani Properties Beta Public. It will automatically download. No shit, Brave Gamer Cat. I didn't think it was. I would have played that today, had I known. I got to do that after stream. Dang it. Dang it. I got up this morning. I was like, oh, it's not out yet. I'll just wishlist it to keep an eye on it. Whatever. I guess we'll be playing that on Thursday. I don't want to abandon this world until it's out of beta, but we'll definitely get on Thursday and check that out, do a playthrough for at least a day. I didn't know it was open beta until I saw the Reddit post. I knew they were releasing it as like a pre-release beta thing from what Sargent was telling us, but I didn't realize that you had to go in and do those settings or that it would be available without having to pay for the DLC. In advance. It's good to know. Good to know. They take care of their players. Why isn't the volcano mining? Because it's not below the right temperature yet. These need to drop below 435 degrees before this mines. This stays here and drops temperature over to these window tiles to use to inject into this boiler setup over here. And when it gets down to 435 degrees, the sensor in here triggers. It digs it out, this door opens and drops that stuff, this door then opens, drops the magma in, closes that. So it's not meant to mine until it's ready to mine. This is a Francis John design. I just bootstrapped on a infinite liquid storage on the bottom of it. I don't know, probably too a dumb idea to build as tight as I did on this playthrough, but I enjoy building tight stuff and trying to integrate all my systems, even though it's a terrible idea. We're finally almost done getting the liquid out of our liquid storage over here, so we can remodel that. That's probably going to have to come on another day, but maybe not. What the heck was I doing? Oh, right. I was getting this system into place over here. That's right, because we wanted to make sure that we can get rid of the carbon dioxide. We'll do petroleum on this bit here. Select that. Have them come over. When are you making a petrol boiler? Yeah. Subscribed with a Prime. Thank you, Brave Gamer Girl. I appreciate... Or Brave Gamer Cat, sorry. I really appreciate that. So, this is more or less my full-time gig. I went through a lot of surgeries and stomach problems over the past 5 years. Everything is buttoned up nicely, although Doc said I got to get more water in me, which is why everybody's been spamming hydrates, and I appreciate you all for it. But streaming was kind of the only thing I could really keep on top of. Thank you, Killer. We'll do another one back to back. So, I've been trying to make streaming my main gig. I will never stop streaming, even if I do wind up having to go get a quote-unquote normal job again. But everything helps. I appreciate monetary support's always appreciated, never required for the channel. But I am here every day doing my best, pushing through, so thank you for subscribing, thank you for liking the content. Oh gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're healing nicely. Yeah, we're coming back together. It was a long, tough road, but we should be coming out the other side pretty good right here. How's our calories looking? 8,858 barbecue. I want that barbecue to go up a lot higher, but... As long as we're ahead of it, we've got plenty of backup pickled meal, but you know we're legit out of dirt at this point. So until we get our pip ranch going, that's not going to be a thing. Also, how is our new toilets are nicely filled up. This overflow system is absolutely insane, but I do love it. All right, we've got that gas dealt with in there, so we can snip that pipe. This is never going to leave here, unfortunately. I guess there are ways we could get in there and delete it, but I really don't care about getting the resources back. It's a plastic pump. We're going to be churning out plastic. We already got the glossy Dreco mutation. I just got to get our permanent Drecos up and running. Okay, what are we doing? We were trying... Okay, so... We got these going because we realized the population was up. We're trying to get our system in place here for dumping CO2 out here. And then once we do that, we can finish moving the hatch ranch down here. We're going to wind up needing a little bit more petroleum than that. So, okay. This bleach stone, it's going to drive me crazy. Should we deal with... Yeah, we're going to have to liquid lock in there. Otherwise, my sanity is going to absolutely suffer. So... Let's do that for now. Oh, you were with the Photoshop? Yeah. I've been trying to raid out to as many people as possible. Make new friends, you know, find other community members, people who like the same games and everything. So, delayed raid emote spam. Hell yeah! Welcome in, Photoshop. Good to see you. How you doing? How's the art going? Okay, Jonathan the Volcano is pumping out some magma. Starting to feel a little better about this tank. Looking for new servers for art as always. Oh, awesome. You've been posting... Have you posted anything over in our server? We've got the art section. Feel free to do so as much as you'd like. Photoshop did all of the stuff for my channel and podcast channel. That's fantastic. I maxed out 100 servers. Time to create a second account. All right, anything that drops down here, it can move up to there, will be what we do. This is going to be carbon dioxide. Where is the automation wire for that? Did we empty that? We emptied the petroleum over there, but it's not quite enough. Why is it 334 grams? It should be 2 kilos. 700 kilos. That is not going to cut it. Oh, there we go. That's a good one. Let's move you over here. High priority. Get that sorted. What we're doing right now is we had to adjust our main ladder system to accommodate 2 more slickster ranches, because for some reason Nether thought 8 times 8 was 80. You know, you need 10 to hit that number. So we had to put 2 more in here, which wasn't really a problem, but we did have to deconstruct our system. We're not using a carbon skimmer because we're pumping our carbon dioxide out here so that our slicksters can eat it. Although we really probably don't actually need to be doing that currently. It might actually behoove us to use a carbon skimmer so we can get some more polluted dirt out of the situation. But hey, I'm doing whatever I do. 800 kilos is a lot. You can go over there. This petroleum can get emptied. Again, super high priority. You find any servers with art section more than 100 people, please let me know. Of course, happy to help as much as I can. If anybody knows of any art servers, please shoot them over to Photoshop's way. Photoshop's a very kind and good person. I appreciate you because a lot of people do come in just trying to spam their art stuff. You've never actually come in here trying to like sell stuff. You've always been like kind and respectful of the community, and you know, you do your art, but you do it in a way that is not aggressive and pushy, and I appreciate that. I respect the hustle for anybody doing stuff. It's just sometimes people, you know, you get the spam bots and everything, right? Why are we not on? Oh, because that's not connected. Do I need to recycle this much CO2? Probably not. We've even got some going into storage, and it's not much. We're getting a little high. We just need more slicksters to happen. We might get to the point where we're kind of overpressuring a few things, but it is what it is. What's our time looking like? 4:45? Yeah. You know, if someone comes in and they do artwork, I do artwork as well. It's consummate professional. Yes. So I learned how to do some Photoshop stuff because I did all of the promotional stuff for my bands throughout the years. So let's empty that. And so at a certain point, you learn how to do little bits and pieces of everything, right? Because you kind of have to. And so I also do like art where I take photos, I color correct them, and touch them up in Photoshop. No real art in Photoshop. Mostly, I'm a better Photoshopper than I am a photographer. So I can frame a shot pretty good, but when it comes down to making everything white balanced properly and everything, I'm better at doing that in post. So I do that, and then I print those images. I do Lightroom a little bit too. I do Lightroom and Photoshop. I'm better with Photoshop than Lightroom, but I have both of them. And then I print those, and I actually use embroidery thread and pen and ink techniques to draw on top of the image and stitch and attach things on top of the image. And then I float it in a shadow box frame by supporting it either from the behind or actually suspending it with tension to the sides of the frame, depending on the particular piece. It's kind of a dark thing. I'll have to show you sometime. I think you'd enjoy it. More free larva eggs. Why not? Extra wild slicksters will eat up extra CO2. Trying to take my job, I see. No. I did plenty of freelance graphic design stuff over the years. I have no interest in getting back into that unless I absolutely have to. I would prefer to make my living streaming and doing content creation. Barb actually does my emotes. I have one that I had up, but we made some adjustments, and now I have to work on something words and stuff. Okay, what have I done here? Okay, so we've got the petroleum there, so we're not letting these things off gas. So we want to try and get in here and contain this absolute mess of junk, right? Any advice in getting new customers? My advice for anybody doing freelance work is to try and synergize it with other stuff. I know that's like a buzzword out there. I spent most of my life doing music production. No, I totally forgot, Killer. If you see me online later, please remind me. At one point, I was in the middle of a Magic game, and I was like, oh, I should put that emote up. And by the time I finished the Magic game, I completely forgot. So what I was going to say, Photoshop, is I worked in music production most of my life, so I would get clients coming in to record albums or songs or whatever, and then when they were talking about getting album artwork done, I'm like, I do album artwork as well. So because I was doing one, I was doing the other, and then sometimes you'd wind up getting people hitting you up, through your other means of promotion. I promoted a lot on Craigslist to get local people, and sometimes even picking up a graphic design work. I was like, yeah, networking. Exactly, Julie. Sometimes doing graphic design work, someone would hit me up and be like, hey, I need to get an album cover done. And I'm like, oh, cool, I can do that album cover for you. By the way, if you are local when you're recording your next album, I also do music production. So the two kind of helped each other out a little bit. I'm better at the art than the selling. Selling is really my lowest point as far as things that I'm good at. So yeah, music was my main, and then I would acquire side gigs in graphic design because of it. As well as a few other things. I've mostly gigged for my life. Does this door have priorities? Oh, it doesn't. So we could have accidentally cooked Gertrude. So let's copy our settings, paste them there. Then this door doesn't have settings either. Yeah, basically we just need to make sure that Gertrude can get in if she gets out. That's how I like to do my door setups. Okay, so not quite what I wanted to do over there. Okay, cool. Let's move a few of these over. I thought I moved something that had more substance to it over here, but I did not. What we're trying to do is use liquid to allow this gas vent to overpressure down here. Mastodon is a good social network for artists. I don't know that. I know the band Mastodon. I don't know the program. I like how moving the hatch ranch as a small side project became, let's deal with the, ooh. Nuts to that. Okay, let's finish this thing down here, because this needs to be done, and future Nether is never going to remember that this system is not up and running. So let's get this properly sorted, and then we'll go back up and work on this guy, because this is finally where it needs to be to work on. It's a federated social network. I don't know, but I've met nice folks there. Oh, cool. Very cool. Julie's always got good tips for stuff like that, guys. So definitely go check out Julie's suggestions. She knows what's up. All right. If we empty this now, we'll lose on top of it. 12,000 calories of barbecue is nice. I think... Yeah, you know what? We're going to take the rest of this meal ice offline. We've got a large backup of calories of this stuff, so if we run out of barbecue, we've got plenty of time to bring these back online. But this needs to stop. Going straight from pickled meal to barbecue. We like to skip steps here. All right, that system is working properly now. Excellent. Okay. Little stroke the beard action here. You know what, guys? I hate to do it, but I am going to take one last restroom break because we got about an hour left, and the last time I tried to hold it for an hour, by the end of stream I was losing my shit. So I'd rather take a restroom break now, and if we have to go a few minutes late, then like just be sitting here doing the pee-pee dance like an absolute psychopath. So I'll put up the links to Bobby's music. He does the music for my channel. So if you guys enjoy the stuff that plays on the Be Right Back screen or the starting screen, that's the guy to go show some love to. If you guys need to, get up, stretch, walk around, grab yourself some water, a snack, whatever the case may be, and I'll see everybody back here in a few moments. We'll knock out a few more projects and then find somebody to raid out to at the end. But we got at least another hour left, so I'll be right back. All right, I think we're back in action. There was a little sip of coffee left out there, so I snagged that real quick. Well, maybe 2, 3 sips, but, you know, it is what it is. We're doing things. Now. Here is the problem with this little project. There is just a little bit of oxygen in here, because we need it a little bit for our situation. That means that when we break this open, oxygen is going to fill this area. It's not a lot of oxygen, but we are going to end up having to vacuum this spot out again. So we're going to have to get in here and do a bunch of work, but we've been planning to get to this for a long time. Today we made it actually happen, so that's pretty friggin' awesome. I think the projects down here are pretty well sorted. Right? We seem to be working full speed down here. Looking forward to getting Gertrude online for helping with the cooking. We've got 14,000 in barbecue. So, we have a long-haired slickster. This guy mutated, and we put him up here. They eat oxygen and they don't produce any liquids, but they exist. So I don't think they're going to reproduce themselves because we're not actually doing anything with them. We need this to be a nature reserve, so we're not going to actually, you know, maintain them, but we'll see how that works out. Never actually really messed with them very much. So let's get in here. We might have to bring a little bit more gas in here because we need a little bit of gas in 2 locations. So I know we're on pause here for a hot second. I'm going to unpause just because that was driving me crazy looking at this. And let's figure out what we need to do, because we got stuff pumping up, we got stuff pumping down. We need to make this less chaotic, right? So I want to get rid of these radiant pipes. We don't need these radiant pipes. It is absolutely annihilating some of our efficiency in our cooling loop, but we do need to bring that loop back down to where it's going. Now what we could do is kind of get it out of the way of this. Maybe we just bring it up through here and down through here with insulated pipes. That might make it a little bit easier and clean up a bunch of space in here so that it's not coming down and going through this. We need to get in here and get rid of this. We need to put down... This shouldn't be too hard to do. I just got to decide how we want to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to switch this out from our single pump infinite liquid storage. Sorry for the late response, but hi. Oh, yeah, you guys are taking care of each other over there. I love it. We're going to switch this over to a 2-pump liquid storage. One that's just directly pumping into our SPOM, and the other one in case we need to pull liquid out of here, since this is basically where we're going to be dropping the vast majority of our liquids. There is a whole like overflow system thing that we're working on. Eventually we're going to be pulling liquid out using these steam turbines, going into this and then pumping that down to our oil wells. Right now we're not doing that because we're not boiling our water off in this chamber. We are doing it by running this. There's a few different ways we can do this, but yeah. There's a few different ways we can do. Anyway, we're prepping for that is the goal here. So that all being said, we've got to keep the water flowing from up here. So where do we want to move this thing to? Like, this is going to require some effort here. Let's start by eliminating the pipes that we don't need. We don't need to be sending any more fluids up here. We'll leave that. We'll just delete these to kind of get them out of our way. We're going to need to delete this pump and reinstall it somewhere. As far as these pumps go, we could... It doesn't really matter if there's a little water on the floor, right? So we're going to delete that. And then what we'll do for now, since I want to use this to bring this stuff over and down, because I think that's just going to be a more efficient use of the space, we'll dot build that. This is going to come down through here like this. That'll get snipped. And this will go through here like that. So in order to do that, we're going to need to bring the liquid down from up here in a different fashion. So we'll put that right there. Can we get to that, actually? Liquid bridge. Yeah, okay. So they're going to build this liquid bridge. It's one of those things where we got to kind of leapfrog over ourselves to make sure that we get everything. We can't let the spam go offline. I mean, we could for a few minutes because we've got a little backlog of oxygen, but I try not to overdo it. Early on, we were trying to conserve water as much as possible because we didn't have all of our water-positive processes spun up properly yet. So, you know, we're doing things and stuff. Before the day ends, I might actually run a second line down here so that these things are on a different breakout system. The reason I wanted to put 4 lines worth of breakout box here is that we have a lot of power that's going to be going into our industrial-sized Dreco Ranch and Pip Ranch situation. And I want to be able to put like 2 lines going up to that and then 2 lines going to the base for the different parts of the base. But we don't have our distribution box set in here for our industrial stuff down here. Right now, we are distributing power down to this section using these transformers here. But the power for these 3 is running off of the main baseline, and that becomes a little dangerous because there's the potential for a lot of power overload there. We're currently using 1,220 watts, but we have the potential for 5,120. It's not a clusterfuck like mine. Oh, thank you. It took a long time to get here. Long time to get here. A lot of this playthrough has been me cleaning up systems. Alright, Al's working on getting that sorted. Like, I spend a lot of time making sure that all of the systems are working well. Hang on. Okay, I am going to remove all of that from there. We don't want anything in there because it's just going to waste. I think we're good on barbecue is what I'm getting at. I think we're officially living on barbecue, so we don't need this to contain pickled meal. We'll get that put back into the system somewhere. Okay, so that is set up there. We can officially snip that out and snip that out. Doesn't matter that that water is there. We do need them to finish this. Have you tried anything with that in that tile? I have not. I have not. It's been on the list of things that I'm like, ooh, that's cool, but haven't actually messed with. All right, so I think we're okay to kind of. Actually, no. We'll leave that connected on that end, but we'll snip this here. Send that up through there. Oh, that's got to connect. There we go. That is a cool exploit, though. I like that a lot. Okay. So that means we can snip this out. And this line is no longer... That is now obsolete. So let's get some of that broken out. We're going to do this a little bit at a time, because I'm not 100% sure how I'm doing this. I got a good idea, and we got the right kind of space here, but at the same time, I'm like, you know, trying not to fuck up current systems in favor of new systems, right? Looks like we've put that in the right direction. I don't think that's reachable. All right, they're working on it. Okay, it is reachable. Which gases cooled down do you think have the most uses? I don't want to hit you with the full-on like RimWorld answer of it depends, Sparta, but what uses are we talking about? Hydrogen can be used to make cold boxes. Like you're going to use hydrogen to chill down your freezers because you can't get water cold enough to make freezers. It's also if you want to get liquid oxygen as your what's it called catalyst for petroleum rockets, you're going to wind up running about 7 or 8 thermoregulators in sequence to get the hydrogen to turn oxygen into liquid oxygen. So I think hydrogen's a very versatile gas. It's also a sterile gas, so we've got hydrogen actually in this tile where the food is stored. I'd say chlorine is one of the least used gases in I think most people's playthroughs. Once you have enough for a decontamination chamber, most people don't really need more, but you can use it to make a dash of salt vine farm, which is something I want to do because sand is a limited resource, right? Because theoretically, you can only crush so much rock before you run out of rock. We've got 65 tons of sand, which should last a substantial amount of time, especially once we decommission these sieves in favor of boiling water. Then the only place we're using it is up here on the bathroom water sieve. Which I'm sure there's a way we could theoretically get rid of that as well. But since we don't have regolith asteroids, I'd like to somehow get my hands on dash of salt vine so we can make a salt vine farm down here using the chlorine gas vent. That'll allow us to crush up the salt for sand and table salt. Table salt will be a nice little mood bonus, but really isn't an essential thing. But that'll make sure that we have an infinite amount of sand for the foreseeable future. Right? Okay, so that thing is now running in a better situation. Ideally, I'd like to make these out of ceramic because even insulated tiles here with this thing is going to pick up temp. But you know, we'll deal with that. We'll leave access to it so we can do that later on. There is no liquid in here, so okay, so that's coming in through there. They can't gain access. Okay, so I think what we do is we open this airlock. We're just going to have to deal with things as they come here. We slap that down there. Well, really for any use. Well, I think what Joker and I are both getting to is it depends on what you need on any given playthrough. Any gas can be useful. You know, obviously you need oxygen to breathe, so there's no way to be without oxygen. In that vein, you could somehow purify your polluted oxygen in order to make oxygen if you have the means to do that. Like if you have a way of making polluted oxygen, but not a lot of water for oxygen. You can use chlorine to clean things. You can feed dash of salt vines with it. Hydrogen is very useful as far as gases. It's going to be your best for thermal mass so that you can use it for cooling loops and whatever else. Sour gas is a fantastic gas because you can then cool sour gas into solid methane and I believe sulfur and then heat up the methane and use that to burn off as natural gas. So for cooling, hydrogen, yeah, cooled down CO2 is reasonably useless. If you're talking about using it in any type of temperature management system, you're going to want to use they don't have access to those, so I'm going to set these on open. I set that on open, and I set this on open. We should be able to get at those pipes. Okay, and what we're going to do down here is... I'm going to disable this building because we don't have this set as everything. So we're going to disable those buildings so that we can use this to sweep stuff out of this this pocket over here. Yeah, hydrogen is your #1 gas for cooling. CO2 is more or less useless as far as any type of thermal regulation goes. It's really not going to serve you in any reasonable type of way, so... oxygen, same type of thing. But yeah, you're if you're talking about cooling loops, hydrogen is the way to go. That's why I was talking about using overpressurized hydrogen in the anti-entropy thermal nullifier setup we were discussing earlier. It's because hydrogen is going to be able to store that chill a lot more than anything else is. Actually, this is going to get deconstructed, all said and done. So let's knock that out right now. Those are turned off. Excellent. So we're going to go over here, set this to sweep only, do that. Let's go in here. I don't want liquids to be in that sweep, so we're going to sweep all of that stuff into here. We're using a sweep filter thing mod. We have True Tiles on for the aesthetics. There's a couple other little ones like the planning mod and such. Oh, right. They're going to have an issue getting in and out because they've got to stand on that door. That's fine. It'll be all right. I'm just going to kind of keep an eye on the rest of our systems over here. We'll have this be our side project next time we play. You need liquid hydrogen for the hydrogen rocket, for example. Yeah, and liquid hydrogen is not something you're going to be able to get until you have coolant. You can get liquid oxygen using hydrogen in a cooling loop. But you cannot get liquid hydrogen any other way than using supercoolant, from what I understand. If anybody does know a way of getting liquid hydrogen without having to have space materials, do let me know, because that would be a very interesting thing to me. I've only ever really, like, largest scale rocket type situation I had going was petroleum rockets. Unreachable, right. Okay, so we need another ladder segment there temporarily. Good to know, dupes. I was like, why isn't anybody doing anything? Well, they can't, Nether. They absolutely cannot. I want this water out of here. That's driving me nuts. I don't even remember. I was like, we could do blah, 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 blah over here. I don't remember what it was. We're going to put our hatch ranch down over here, though, so we'll eventually deal with that. But this is the project I've been really wanting to get done for a while now, so... Good job, Al. I'm looking for an alcoholic. Is there an alcoholic here? Classic Simpsons. Alright, while they're doing that, how do we want to route all this? Now, this is going in over here. I don't necessarily want to change that. There should be a liquid... Should be a pipe there, right? Cool. There wasn't, but now there will be. So this pump is just going to straight go into there. Right. Not in liquid. Okay, let's get this stuff out of our way. We are going to empty this tank back into infinite storage. Not right this second, so we're going to do that. And then... How do we want to deal with this temporarily? Because I don't want to be going across these lines. I think temporarily... we'll do something a little different. Put those there. And we're going to have to delete this bridge, which is going to be interesting. Actually, hold on. Let's not delete that just yet. Let's get these pipes built. We're going to stick a bridge right here, attaching to there, I think. Are we? Is that what we're going to do? For the hydrogen reactor. Okay, yeah. And guys, I do appreciate you understanding that I will generally start to get a little bit sleepier as the stream goes on. I'm trying my hardest to keep energy up, but I'm also trying to focus because we're at the point in this project where I'm trying to focus real hard because I've been wanting to get this done, but it is a little complicated because of the knots I've created for myself here. So bear with me. Liquid bridge at a very high priority. Now I did the math on okay, good. That's getting yanked over there. So, those things are flowing. Good, good, good. Okay. We want to be able to get liquid into the tank. And we want to be able to get liquid out of the tank. That's not reachable, so we're going to put this back on auto. Let them get in there and do that, because we need to sort that side out. What I think we need to do... So there's going to be a pump here. Right? That's going to be our pump for getting liquids out. That can get snipped. This is going to go into that gas vent over there. Power wire. Don't know. Oh, I had that going over to that. So we can move this power wire and do that. Okay, so they are going to get down there and sort that out. Once we've deconstructed all of the stuff that's in our way, we'll reclose the doors as we're moving our way out. We are going to sweep out the junk as we go through here. Don't want to leave any debris in here if we can help it. The water itself can just get moved up there. Okay. Now, the steam turbines are going to be how we're getting water in here, as well as this thing. So we're going to wind up having a pump for this guy to dump water in. So, that bridge doesn't need to be there. We can deconstruct that. And that will run up through there. It doesn't really need to be insulated, but we'll make it insulated for the hell of it. Everything's got to be done in little stages, right? So obviously the system isn't on board yet. We'll get it on board at one point or another. Like I said, that all depends. That all is going to be determined by when we can get our full industrial brick up and running properly. So we want this to be able to come up. This bridge will disappear. This will basically this will connect here, start dumping water back in. So this will come up and go across there. Now, as far as getting any additional water in, how would we want to do that? We're not going to be doing it through this means. We might want to leave access to be able to do it to get... if we're getting more water in here, I don't think we're going to be getting more water in here, right? So the steam vent is putting water in, and the steam turbines are going to be putting water in. So realistically, those are the two ways that this is going to be doing stuff, right? Right. So what's going to happen is we're going to wind up with another liquid vent right there. And then there'll be an airlock here, airlock here, airlock here. Then there'll be a pump basically right up on here that's pumping liquid straight down into here. So what we're talking about at that point is probably something like that. And we're going to need power for that as well. So we could theoretically... So that would be power right there. So we could do one of those. This power line is going to get snipped out of here eventually. That was just there for temporary use. But that should be good. So we'll get that in there. Now that the stuff is deconstructed, we could relock this. And relock that. Right? Right. Now, like I said, how do we want to work on getting... Okay, so this is not quite... Okay, this isn't quite right, because we need to be able to get liquid out. Correct? Correct. So, if we want to be able to get liquid out with this pump, which is the whole reason we're putting it in there, that's a bad place for it. What we should do is go over like this, and then we can have this one come over like that, and theoretically jump over the pump that will be here. We'll have access to do that once we get out of here. That being said, these will not be necessary. We're not going to be pumping liquid down. We have too much pipe work going on here. If we need liquid out of here, it's going to come up somewhere. In theory, I want a rocketry program over here, but are we ever even going to get there becomes the question. 24,000 calories of barbecue. Excellent. All of our meal wood is offline, which is perfect. So we get this system fixed up and reconfigured. We already should be way more temperature efficient running the loop the direction it's going now. Excellent. On top of that, I need you guys to actually sweep this at a much higher priority. For some reason, nobody's sweeping stuff. Same thing over here with this guy. That needs to get moved ASAP, so it's not inside there. It doesn't really matter, but you know, trying to take care of a few things here, right? Once we get all that swept out, get these doors locked back up. That can get locked. This can get locked. So we lock these doors back up, get everything swept out, put another airlock here. You know, basically we're just going to have to go back and forth a little bit till we get all that swept out, blah, 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 blah. Then we will switch over some stuff to get this liquid pumped back into there. Once that's done being pumped back into there, we can decommission this whole thing up here. Milligrams. See, this is the problematic part. I'm concerned that we're not going to have enough gas in here, but you don't really need too much, right? I'm tempted to bring some oxygen in, and, because we're going to have to pump stuff out eventually anyway, right? Do we have... We always wind up with tanks of oxygen here, but I put in these things for this to be off-gassed. Let's, we're going to set these to sweep only temporarily. And what I want to do is I want to snag just a little bit of oxygen out of one of these pipes. So we're going to do like a high priority plumber thing. And let's just snag a little bit of oxygen out of this pipe. And then we'll bring it in here and empty it. And then we should have... I'm concerned that if we don't have a little bit more than a couple of milligrams or micrograms, we'll end up in a situation where the oxygen gets deleted and then our infinite storage is no longer infinite storage. Since we're going to have to vacuum the oxygen out of here anyway to finalize this reconstruction project, we might as well make sure that we've got enough in here to do the things we want to do, right? And I did finish the last sip of that, so we'll do a little water cheers. Let a little bit more come out. Two kilos should be fine. So now we cancel that so that doesn't go forever. This guy gets moved over to... It's moved over here. Sure, we'll put it in the corner there. Put that at a very high priority so we get that job done ASAP. I don't want to be working on this project for an eternity. I'm trying to get it done reasonably quickly here, so higher priority just like every errand down here, right? Like everything's on a 9. Everybody come over here and do work. I don't care about anywhere else in the base. Let's get everybody over here working. We got about a half hour left, which should be plenty of time to button this up and maybe do a little bit more around the base, provided it doesn't happen like last time where we had a little extra time and I wound up having to deal with a problem that occurred from lack of foresight. Like I was talking about at the beginning of stream, I had regular pipes going into these, and because of that, they were radiating enough heat from the incoming petroleum to damn near boil the polluted water, and when they got put into the water sieves, it would boil off. So that actually gave me an idea on how to boil off this water before it has a chance to off-gas in an industrial setting. So should be hindsight 2020. That's the saying. Yeah, that is the saying. God, I have done so much vacuuming out of stuff so many times. Having this be a vacuum is a lot more efficient than having any amount of air in here for this whole system we've got going. So we're gonna open this so that we have enough air in here that, yeah, that's fine. So now we should have a reasonable amount of air in here. What we're gonna do is well, what do we do first? Let's build this guy first. And we're gonna deconstruct that and deconstruct that. We'll sweep that stuff out. We'll build a door there. Then we'll repeat the process with this. And what else is going on? You don't have power. Why don't you have power? We're going to do that for you. Oh yeah, that'll be the side project we finish out the day with. If we have a few extra minutes but after we finish this project, we'll start running these wires so we can separate out the oil well power from the rest of the power from the base. It'll be a nice little treat to get that sorted. Block. Moving that thing out of there. Perfect. Everything else seems to be coming along swimmingly. 8 critters. 1 critter. 8 critters. 6 critters. 0, because this is where the molten ones are going to go. 4, 9. How are we 9 in there? Did I not set you properly? This should not be 9. This is set at 8, right? You need to come out of there. Do I not have... No, everything in here is set the same way, so... Let's wrangle that larva and bring him somewhere. Lock that. Lou's hungry. Go get some food, Lou. Yep. We have 91 eggs right here, which is why our barbecue is starting to really pick up pace here. Yeah, we need a lot here. Barb is coming over to lock the door. Interesting. In my runs, I couldn't even supply 2 with enough CO2, but it's been a while. This system here, if you run 5 petroleum generators full time, it's enough to feed 75 slicksters. So we've got 10 ranches built, and they're gradually coming up to speed over time. So that should be enough barbecue to feed between 45 and 50 dupes. We are also dumping the CO2 from our base, because it all comes down through here into this tunnel. We're dumping that back out into this area. Basically, any CO2 on the map is getting dumped down here. I did some napkin math, and if we set up a second petroleum boiler using the getting basically these other 2 oil wells online, and then augment that with the CO2 that's going to be in this geyser, because that's a CO2 geyser. We've also got crude that would come out of this leaky oil fissure. You add everything up, you add in the blah, 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 blah. The loop eventually just becomes us having an obscene amount of food, all from CO2, basically. I'm just going to take the extra barbecue. I'm not even willing to look at the dupes at this point in the day. Let's get that stuff pulled out of there, and let's get another one of these built. I never do either. I doubt... I don't even think we'll be in this playthrough long enough to actually make use of it, but my brain likes to think about it. My thought process is that this stuff's going to come out real hot from the leaky oil fissure. It won't be very much oil at all. But if we set up a system where it just kind of runs over and drops down this side of the map, and then we do the same thing with the CO2, between the leaky oil fissure being overly hot and the CO2 geyser being not hot, that should all just kind of push its way down here and add to the overall madness, if we get that far. I lied. I used it for bees. One geyser couldn't even keep up with one hive. Just put the bees in a vacuum. As long as you get them into the vacuum before they get too hot, vacuums can't transfer temperature. So I just keep my bees in a vacuum. They don't need atmosphere to stay alive. Not to tell you how to play, but that would be my suggestion. I don't worry about cooling the bees. I just put them in a vacuum. You ran away before finishing building it. Excellent. I might need to unlock one of those upper doors in order for them to lock that door. I just tried it because they need it for emitting radiation. I mean, if you're going to use them to emit radiation, I could see that being a thing. If I have bees running, it's because I'm powering a nuclear reactor, right? So if I'm powering a nuclear reactor, I'll get the rads from the reactor or the nuclear waste itself. If you... hang on. Let me make sure I got this. Lou's current errand. Lou is over here. Alright, Lou's coming to lock that door. Excellent. They consumed way too much. Yeah. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope. Turn that off. Okay. They want to get down here to lock that door. How do we lock this door without getting them trapped? Am I going to have to deconstruct this, put a ladder segment, let them go in there, deconstruct the ladder segment, and sweep that out? Is that the order of operations I'm going to have to do? Let's see if I can mess this around a little bit. We're just going to micro-loo a little bit. Now, where will that dump? Where will that jump then? Excellent. Actually, Lou, let's get you. Like I said, let's micro-loo just a little bit. Get this project done. That should, if that shoves that debris down there, I'm going to be awfully upset about it. Excellent. Oh shit, I don't think I finished what I was doing. I did not. I did not finish what I was doing. Balls. Came in here to clean things up, and I made a bigger mess. All right. Oh boy. Lou. I'm sorry, Lou. Very sorry. So what we want to do is we want to do that. We don't need that fully open here. And then that will pump into here, but we're going to get rid of these bits. Unreachable. I don't think that's unreachable, dupes. I really don't think that's unreachable. Yeah, we're just trying to micro this and get this done. I want this place to be good. Come on, Lou. You don't know where I've been, Lou. You don't know where I've been. They did change something, or am I bugging? Liquids and gases react way quicker to the temp in the insulated pipes. Depends on what the insulated pipes are made out of. If you want perfect insulation, you're gonna need to make them out of actual insulation. Other than that, how is this unreachable? There we go. Alright, so you guys can get down there, so we can delete that. Let's dump a little of this down here to keep that flowing. I stop the temp drop by using an open door in the gas tank. Else it's dropping constants. That needs to be there, because that needs to be there. Julie is down here doing the work. Like, one of the worst builders we have is down here doing the work. Okay, so now this water will be able to go up and be pushed into there. This water gets pushed into here, and we have access over here to dump this back in there temporarily. So we should be able to lock that first. What if we just do that? Julie will take care of it. There we go. Excellent. And now we lock this. I bet if we move Julie, she'll do it again. Okay, someone else is on top of it then. Lou is about it. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they changed anything about the way gases and liquids, blah, 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 blah. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. God, my brain is done. Okay, Lou's coming to lock that door. This pipe is obsolete. That locks, and we should now be able to just dump this all back in. All those doors are locked. All those doors are locked. There's no debris in there. Power is getting to both pumps in there. We have ways to get liquid in and out for both of these things. High priority on that. This could be emptied at a very low priority. This can get deconstructed. That can get deconstructed. Then we put a pump in there, and then that pump drops liquid into here. This one is going to just dump all this back into our infinite storage here. And yeah, bing, bang, boom. We're back in business, in theory. Put that there, and the power is coming right up to where it needs to be. Excellent. Wonderful. None of those need to be there. That doesn't need to be there. Okay. Actually, we're going to leave that and that because we're going to deconstruct that pipe eventually. And then the next thing we got to do is re-vacuum this chamber, right? I'm just making like everything out of steel because I don't want to deal with accidental problems. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just do that. Gas bridge. Gas pump, and we need temporary power. We'll yank temporary power from right here. While we're in here, let's get that power wire deleted. And that should get that sorted. We'll put this on a priority of... All of this can get put on a priority 6. Actually, that can go 7. This can go 6. And then we're going to come over here and work on putting in that extra wire I was talking about. So our base we want to run off a central wire. We'll bring this down, and that will be for these systems. And then... yeah, I mean, this is going to be a temporary thing, right? Yeah, going to be a temporary thing. So how do I want to do it? I actually think the easiest way to go about this is to actually run a wire down here. And we'll just make sure that these are on separate grids. Connect that up. And I honestly think... yeah. It's going to be a little wonky looking. But, you know, so is everything we're working on right now, right? Oh man, we're coming in right on time with everything too. So guys, I think on Thursday we're probably going to take a look at the DLC. I did not realize we could have been doing that today. I probably would have made that a thing. But, you know, I'm glad we got to do this. There are a lot of projects that really, like, I feel really good about where the base is currently. It was bugging me that this was not the way I wanted it. It was bugging me that our toilets hadn't been moved, that we didn't have the proper number of ranches, but we have the proper number of ranches. We've got some good systems put into place. This whole area has been running smoothly, which is nice because considering the accident last time. So we're moving in a direction where we can actually start making more progress the next time we play here. I hate to leave it all the way till next week, but, you know, we got to do what we got to do. I'd like to mess with the DLC. I'd like to do it on camera with you guys so you get the first impressions. So I'll get all that sorted out for Thursday. Tomorrow we're going to be continuing our Sea Ice playthrough of RimWorld. Okay, our CO2 is going in a direction. This was up to like 14, 15 kilos down here. Now we're back to normal. We're sucking a little bit out, but we're gradually getting more and more slicksters online. But yeah, I feel like we can start actually trying to do new projects. I mean, new-ish. One of the first things we'll do is probably deconstruct this useless bit here, because it's a good place to start to do little cleanup projects like that. And then we'll probably get our hatches moved down here. We could, in theory, start getting our bedrooms sorted properly. But the big project on the to-do list is our Dreco ranches. So the next time we jump into this world, we'll start out probably doing some of the low-hanging fruit of cleanup projects and finishing up, blocking this in and stuff. But I think our big plan is really going to be to get the Dreco ranches started. We've got the Glossy. It's still wild. It's just going to chill here. It should continually replace itself. It's satisfied. It's idle. So we shouldn't lose it. If we have to, we'll remutate. And we're basically going to be getting 2 full Dreco ranches, 2 full Glossy Dreco ranches, and we're going to be getting Pip Ranch. That means we are going to have to go over to our other planet because we really can't spin up the Glossy Drecos until we've got enough dirt to do so. And at the moment, our dirt is down to 10 tons because we just finally got to the point where we've got 63,000 calories of barbecue now. Our barbecue is quickly catching up to our pickled meal backlog, so we're in a good spot as far as that's concerned. We just kind of need to... get to a point where we're dirt positive. Right now we are dirt positive because all of the filtration, we're composting it over here at the compost bin. I think theoretically we could even put in a second compost bin to speed it up, but I don't think we need to speed it up because nothing's eating it right now. Just slow and steady. Once we're boiling the water, we won't have to compost it anymore. It'll just go straight to dirt and steam. Bing, bang, boom, will be sorted. Let's sweep up this junk in here as well, get that the hell out of our lives. And they should have already finished this cable. So we're going to do a quick little, this is going to be there. Then we're going to snip... Oh, wait. Not just yet. Not just yet. Got to actually build the transformers. I was saving that for last because transformers can be a kind of an obnoxious thing, right? So you go there and you go there. That being said, we haven't checked our temperature overlay in a while. Temperature's not looking bad, but how is the temperature in here? Right at 27 degrees. So I've told this thing that if it's above 27 to turn on. We may be getting to the point where we might want to start thinking about putting in a second aqua tuner for the base cooling loop. But at the moment it seems to be doing okay. The cooling loop for keeping this stuff chill is working pretty non-stop. You will notice, however, that the cooling loop for our industrial area, now that I fixed all this piping up here, is now idle, so we're not wasting as much power dealing with all of that. Once we get these transformers in over here, we'll be able to separate out our power, and it's going to be one of those back and forth things like everything is. We're going to want to run at least 2 of these lines up to our industrial Dreco ranch that's going to be taking place up here, but at the same time, in order to do that, we need to split these back off over here. So we may still have to do some temporary transformer setup over here. We've got 2 aqua tuners here just in case this place overheats. We're not running these cold. We're running these at 65 degrees. We're not trying to freeze this out. We want it to stay at a higher temperature. We just don't want to boil the water. So that's where we're at on that front. It looks like our magma tank is gradually buffering up. Once it gets halfway up the volcano, it should automatically it should automatically stifle itself. I'd like to put in a better access point than this thing over here. This was a horrible idea, just absolutely nerve-wracking. Don't ever want to do that again. That was a nightmare. Oh, we got a proper magma drop. There's not extra magma over here this time around. That's awesome. Looks like this is all cleaned up over here. We are almost vacuumed back out, so that's fantastic. The transformers are now built. That's coming down here, so let's link these systems in. So now that's on a separate line, and we're going to snip these systems and move them over to the main baseline. That way, and that can get deleted. That way, these oil reservoirs are the only thing on this line. So even if all of them were on full blast, which will never happen, we can't overload that line. This line, in theory, could get overloaded, but so many of the things on this line are only active when they need to be. Like this sweeper, that sweeper, all these little things. So we're going to take these off of sweep only because we can now officially dump all of the oxygen in there that needs to get dumped in there. Yep, we got oxygen there. We got oxygen there. So the infinite storage should sustain. This thermal injector setup was doing the trick quite well. This thing's going to be coming back online in 34 cycles. You know what? Let's speed it up just a touch right now. See if we can't get this vacuumed out in a couple of minutes. Sort ourselves proper as far as getting this project done. I never push 2 or 3. You guys might notice that I'm always on a 1. And I like to do it that way because it means we don't have the potential for any problems. But I want this vacuumed out before we stop today. So anyway, that is the story. Next week we got a lot of things going on. We have gotten rid of the natural gas over here, which is phenomenal. I'm like, let me put it on a 3, but let me pause it. Yeah, smart move, Nether. So it does mean that this polluted... Oh, there is a little bit of natural gas. It's still trying to siphon up. Once we get that natural gas out of there, it becomes a matter of just dealing with the polluted oxygen that's off-gassing from these guys, and that's just one of those things that we're going to have to... The system's going to have to go back and forth. It's that whole 'That looped system type of thing. How much... 7.7 kilos of natural gas. Okay, so it's probably only picking up a little at a time. Are we vacuum yet? Come on, you can do it. You can do it, pump. You can vacuum. 62,000 barbecue. Wonderful. So yeah, more or less systems are working good. Just watching for the vacuum. Come on, come on, come on. Last thing I want to do before stream ends is get this vacuumed out. I don't want to accidentally try pumping steam. Yeah, building entombed. That's the petroleum boiler. Micrograms. Yeah, this is almost done here. I'm very happy with the way this thermal injector setup came together. I adapted a Francis John design to do multiple things. This is not just cooling down this chill chamber, it's also cooling down the thermoregulator that's chilling our deep freeze. Basically keeping this nice and chill at 26 degrees, and whenever this water goes above 95, it injects. We've got temp shift plates there. So this water is storing enough mass that when the steam comes out, it's instantly turned into water. The reason we want to vacuum in here is we don't want the oxygen interacting and causing possible problems with that. Not that I think it would, but I think it would just be better if this whole place is a vacuum. So, are we going to get there? Come on, come on. We're almost to cycle 420. I'd also love to get some real, like... Okay, so looks like the vacuum is gradually overtaking this. I'd also like to do a big major map sweep, but before I do a big major map sweep, we got to try and sort ourselves out with a proper storage area. We've got the start of... we know where our storage area is going to go, we just haven't actually planned out how it's going to go. I have a debug world that I test stuff in, and that's where I designed the Dreco Ranch I've been talking about. I also designed a really robust sorting system. Okay, so that is done and dusted. Let's deconstruct this bad boy and get all this junk out of here that we don't need anymore. That's all going good. We're going to leave access to in here just in case we need to pop back in and make any adjustments. But I'm very happy to have this buttoned up the way it is. Let's just do like a high-level sweep on these guys. That's the other reason I wanted to do this. I don't want this thing set up for it to have stuff swept too. So we just want our dupes to sweep all of this nonsense up over here. And once they do that, now we're gonna do that because now everything is out of there. We're gonna tell them to enable these buildings, and that will be the last thing we do. I don't even need them to actually do that. Let's hit escape, let's hit save, and let's see who we're gonna raid out to today. Let's see if we have any friends and family doing Oxygen Not Included, and if not, we'll go and make some new friends, see what's up with some other people. I want to thank everybody for hanging out today. It's been an absolutely wonderful day. We got a lot done. Very happy with the progress. Tomorrow we're going to be back on our Sea Ice playthrough of RimWorld, and if you guys see me hanging out in chat later in the Discord, please come say hi. I've got a sandwich in the fridge, so... Oh, you know what? I don't know what Bat Guy's playing, but we got to go raid Bat Guy. Ooh, some sort of city builder situation. Let's go. Bat Guy has come in here a lot and shown us a lot of love, and we haven't really gotten to raid him very much, so...
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and do our first giveaway here. We are picking winners.
Excellent. Thank you all for hanging out. We're going to go show some love to Bat Guy. He's not playing Ani, but he is an Ani player, so let's go say hi. Again, tomorrow is going to be RimWorld, and then we'll be back doing some Ani on Thursday, most likely messing with the DLC. Everybody take care, be well, all that good stuff, and good night. Bye.
There we go. Okay. First winner is going to be Doc Holiday. $10 gift card, sir. And then second is going to be